I open this public hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Intergenerational Housing Inequality. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land, the Whadjuk people of the Whadjuk Noongar country on which we meet, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. And I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and remotely, and committee members participating today include myself, Senator Barbara Pocock as Chair, Senator Deliga by video conference, and Senator Bragg is joining us by teleconference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the parliamentary website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. I also remind participants who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. So I now welcome representatives from People with Disability Western Australia, both in person and on video. Thank you so much for being here, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'm Kat Johns from People with Disabilities Western Australia. I'm the CEO.
Great, thank you, Ms Johns. And Lisa?
Yes, Lisa Thomas, and I'm an individual advocate for people with disabilities.
Thanks both for being here, and I now invite you both to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks we'll proceed to questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the invitation to provide evidence. So People with Disabilities Western Australia is a peak body and a systemic and individual advocacy organisation led by and for people with disabilities in Western Australia. So what we say this morning comes from the lived experiences of people that we work with and talk to day in, day out. So our central point is that housing inequity in this country is not only generational, but it's disproportionately people with disabilities are disproportionately disadvantaged throughout each generation and have been for decades, and many people with disabilities have a lifelong disadvantage with regards to housing. So a person on the disability support pension, for example, is not competing on equal terms in the rental market with somebody who is in, say, for example, full-time employment, and somebody on the disability support pension may not be able to work ever. So it's a lifelong, situation where finding rentals, buying a house, and those kind of things are very, very hard. And as we know, we have a housing crisis right now, which is making that situation worse and compounding a situation which is already really difficult for people with disabilities. So things like being able to save a deposit and being able to actually put down a deposit on a rental or on or purchasing a property can be very, very difficult when just getting through day to day on a support pension is really a struggle. In addition to that, disabled people are significantly more likely to be unemployed. We've seen the evidence for this, including the recently launched National Autism Strategy and various other strategies where, the autism strategy, the draft one, for example, highlighted the fact that autistic people are 7 to 8 times more likely, that is 7 to 8, not 78, thank goodness, times more likely to be unemployed than the general population, and we've seen generally between 3 and 8 times more likely, depending on the type of disability, but significantly disadvantaged. So basically, income is a major problem, potentially the major problem that people with disabilities have, and in this kind of current climate, it is almost impossible for people to find a house. We are seeing people day to day who are basically kind of like homeless. We hosted an event recently where a disabled person provided lived experience of living in a tent in the park, basically, and having a significant physical disability and being very vulnerable. We've got staff, we've got members and people with disabilities that we talk to day to day who are living in vans at the moment and unable to afford a rental. If they did have a rental in the first place, even if they're working, say, part-time, so some people that we know, they have lost those rentals because the rent has like doubled and they've ended up having no choice but to go and live in a van or a tent, basically. That's what we're seeing. And these people are often very vulnerable with regards to, for example, being a single woman, for example, like, travelling around and living in a van, or being in a tent in the park as an individual with nobody else there. So we are seeing kind of like that kind of crisis. I just wanted to talk a little bit about so obviously we've got the Disability Discrimination Act and all kinds of legislation, but the advocacy, which Lisa will talk about, it's not always, there is discrimination happening, environmental barriers and a lack of services. So we're seeing people with disabilities kind of having this situation where they're also moving further out of town sometimes into the regions, and what's happening then is that it's harder to then sometimes even find a house. It might be a bit cheaper in some places, but then there's a lack of services. I've heard from members and one of our board directors, for example, about how difficult it is living in the regions when, the only coffee shop, for example, does not provide disability access. And largely that's just due to, not that they don't want to, but just a total lack of resourcing in order to be able to do that. Silver and gold living standards and the bill are not accepted by WA. I think we're the only state that doesn't actually have at least silver standards in the building codes. So we're living with outdated building codes here in Western Australia, and we have been lobbying for a long time to try to have at least those silver standards implemented in the codes. Social and community housing allocations ignore disabled people. They're often placed in units. So I do know actually a friend of mine who recently described to me having been placed in a situation where they were not safe, basically, based on the experience they'd had. So a lot of the time when somebody does manage to find, kind of a house, a place to stay, for example, there's things that we're seeing around, rape survivors being placed in accommodation with shared facilities next door to convicted, sex offenders and that kind of thing. Group homes, so for people in group homes, often this has been historically the only option that some people with disabilities with disabilities have had, and obviously we had a situation where people would be in group homes that would be very unsuitable, very institutional in a way, and people were not able to, before the NDIS really, to actually live in a way that they could choose. So the NDIS has provided a significant amount of choice for people in terms of them being able to choose where to live with friends, to live, basically perhaps with family or whatever, and not have to live in an institution. However, we are obviously very worried about the consequences that the bill before the Senate right now may have in terms of a return to things like block funding, or people having to go back to those kind of institutions because they're not able to get the supports that they need under the scheme. Disability accommodation is complex, it's slow to access. Guardianship and administration orders are often being blocked, and I'll let Lisa talk about this, but it is actually very concerning, some of the things that Lisa will probably talk about in a minute. So regional Western Australia has a problematic housing supply, and First Nations people with disability face compounded barriers, for example, racism in housing and a lack of culturally safe supports. What we've seen as well is that this affects people with disabilities of all ages and from all demographics. So there's been some research recently, and middle-aged women, for example, have been particularly impacted. LGBTI plus people in particular, like young people, if they are removed, their parents kick them out of the house. And people with a psychosocial disability, we have had situations where people have been in quite dangerous situations, actually, where their NDIS supports have been not provided, and they've ended up in a really hard situation where they kind of need, they need supports around the clock, basically. And when something goes wrong with the NDIS, even as it currently is, that they face sometimes losing, a house or something along those lines. So there is, quite a lot of problems going on that we're seeing here, and they're structural and they're really ongoing. Obviously, the Royal Commission made 222 recommendations. So we've had all these things like the Royal Commission and, the National Autism Strategy, and yet I don't know why there would be a response here to cut supports on the front line for disabled people. Sorry, yes, I think I've done my 3 minutes, so I will hand over to Lisa.
I have time for questions,
Of
so
course.
thanks for that, Ms Johns. If we could hear from you, Ms Thomas.
Yes, hello, good morning. I'm an individual advocate. I work in the Peel region. In relation to housing, we've had an increase of inquiries. The Peel in particular, Pinjarra and Waroona suffer for the over 55s and the youth in the region. There's a lack of disability housing available and affordability. Rental landlords, particular, there's stigma associated with disability still. They're not willing to give them a home. A lot of them are trapped being reliant on disability or government housing. So this causes another issue with the wait lists. The wait lists at the moment are sitting at about 2019 for a lot of the client areas that they want to go into. I had a lady that was over 55. She had significant disabilities and health disabilities. She had necrosis in one of her legs. We found temporary housing. She's currently in temporary housing, but she's a priority on the wait list for government housing. She looks at it between a 7 and a 4 year wait, depending on what comes up. At the moment, she's in a safe space, but for how long, we don't know. And then she will either end up homeless or in a refuge. With housing, the emergency housing, you have to basically get there at 7 o'clock or whatever time they open to get a space. There's very little accommodation for emergency housing in the region and in general in Perth. Trying to get support for tenancy is very difficult due to the wait lists on the free tenancy lists with the legal community legal agencies, and then if the person has contacted them, then the client is excluded. That's another issue that we have barriers with. For an example, I had a lady that's an Aboriginal lady. She's got mental health issues. She doesn't want to have a diagnosis, which is her choice, because she had been institutionalised since she was 3. She's part of the stolen generation. She's on the priority wait list for the Department of Housing. We've contacted them. They've got issues with a person that lives in the complex who threw a brick through her window, and because she's deaf, she can't hear it, so she's at risk. They said, well, because it didn't actually hit her, it's a police matter, so that creates a bigger issue. She's got NDIS funding, but they've only funded her for an interpreter for 2 hours a week, so that creates another barrier. We managed to get that increased to 26 hours, but this is what people with disability are facing, depending on what. Now, this lady is still in the home. We haven't been able to, we've put in for a transfer, but the transfer for where she's going is a minimum of 4 years wait. So we are keeping our fingers crossed that nothing happens. All we can do for her is basically tell her to call the police. And even with that, with signing, she's got to have one of her daughters there because she doesn't, she's got no access to call the police without an interpreter present. So this is another issue that she faces. We have managed to get assisted technology to alert her if somebody's around because they've set fire to her backyard. We've reported all these incidents, but the Department of Housing have done nothing. Basically, there's nowhere to move this other person. The criteria for moving a disruptive client is kind of convoluted. They've got to have 3 strikes against them before they can even take them to court to have them removed, and the process is long. So in the meantime, people with disability are subjected to, constant problems and it puts her at risk, really, this client in particular. But unfortunately, other than reporting to police, that's all we can do for her at the moment because there's just nowhere. There's a lack of housing to go for her. She can't afford to go into the private because she's only under disability pension. She can't afford to have that. She's also got a daughter that's 15 that lives with her. They're also being targeted, but police won't do anything because there's a cultural issue there.
Ms. Thomas, I wonder if I can interrupt you there and ask you to make any final comment you'd like to make, because I'd like to make sure we have opportunity for questions.
Yeah, it's just more, more support needs to be put in, not less. And with NDIS reducing all their plans, it puts people at risk in this category.
Thank you. Thanks for that evidence and that very clear, detailed description of just one person's experience.
That's just one. There's multiple.
And clearly you're both describing a compounding disadvantage in a crisis in housing that is very general. I just wanted to start by asking you, there's a lot of talk right now across the country, if you listen to the radio this morning, about falling house prices. And some people are treating it as a real economic disaster to see house prices fall. Today we saw data published, for example, and I'll just give some numbers for this, that house prices in Perth have fallen by $4,000 actually, in fact, since February of this year. So it's small, but it's attracting a lot of attention. What's your response to that falling house prices, and does it make any difference? What's your thinking about that kind of issue?
I think that what I'm hearing is that people are generally wanting to see a levelling out of the market so that wages catch up and then people can buy a home. And I think, for some people it would definitely be very beneficial if house prices did fall. Obviously, there are some caveats to that in that some people have just bought a home, for the first time and would be in negative equity. So I think it really depends who you talk to and what position they're in. But I would say by far the majority of people are like, we want this to level out. We want wages to catch up so that people can actually buy a home. But I think when it comes to people with disability, I do actually have, there's somebody I know who's saved up $250,000 basically over many years. But the thing is that this person has no job and is very well qualified to get a job, but is facing major discrimination in work. So doesn't want to go on the disability pension and cannot afford to buy a house even with that much money saved up because of discrimination and not being able to get a mortgage, and there's nothing available in cash for that amount of money anywhere. So I do think there will be, if house prices do drop a bit, there will be people that would definitely perhaps be able to buy a house that can't right now. But I do also obviously feel very sorry for anyone that's just kind of invested a lot of money into their first home, So it's a difficult one, but I think we do need to obviously see a situation where people with disabilities are able to get into the market, because that's never really happened anyway, in the way that it has for everyone else. But right now it's just even worse than it's been ever, probably,
We were in Secret Harbour last night at a meeting of people talking about housing, and we heard a number of stories exactly along the lines you're talking about. For example, people with disability, LGBTQI, and really battling exactly what you described, discrimination, but particularly drawing attention to the vacancy rate is non-existent in that area. So there are no houses for rent that are affordable, and average rents being $700 and more minimum. And so that rental, leaving aside the house price thing, which is out of reach for so many people you're talking about, the rental situation is dire. Do you want to make any further comment on what that means, the rental story?
Yeah, absolutely. So another person I know with disability was living in a house for many years, as far as I know, actually, and the rent pretty much doubled, and the person had to move out into a van, which I did talk about earlier, and it has not been able to, kind of get back into a home. So that kind of thing's happening, where people are just rent hikes that just go up overnight, and then the person can't afford to stay there, basically. I don't know, Lisa, if you may have something else as well, or some examples.
Yes, basically youth, it's non-existent. They can't afford, they have to share with houses with others, which puts them at risk depending on what demographic they're in. Rents down here are between $700 and $780 on average. So most people on a disability pension, they couldn't even afford to rent, let alone meet their daily living costs. The over 55s region, we're seeing more of them become homeless in this area. We've got currently in Mandurah 200 people that are homeless, and in Pinjarra I think there's about 80 per day that will reach out to homeless services. Housing and the lack of affordable housing is just huge in this region, because you've got very wealthy people and then you've got the very poor people. And they're the ones with people with disability just can't afford to get out of into a private home of their own. They're being forced to share.
Thank you. Forced to share, and as your evidence has said, sometimes in very unsafe circumstances.
Very much so.
When we look at the stats on rent in WA, I mean, it's pretty dire, we've heard, across the country, but over the last 6 years, we see rents in WA up by 66% in 5 years to September of 2025. Massive increase, and as you've described, in some cases, suddenly big jumps in rent that push people out into really insecure or into homelessness directly. We've heard evidence from others about the need to cap rents, to be able to control and prevent unlimited, uncapped increases in rents. What's your view about that issue?
Do you want to go first this time, Lisa?
Yeah, no, that's fine if you like, or I can.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. With cap rents, that's good in some places, but then you'll probably see less rental stock with that, because landlords won't be able to afford their rental, like their mortgages, because interest rates are, either going to go up or down, and they have to still meet their payments. So there'll be a lack of rentals. That's the other thing that you've got to sort of weigh up with capping rents. I think at the moment it's very overinflated because of the price housing boom, but I know that it's dropped about 10% in Mandurah itself, because a property went on the market, and I know it's come down that much. So whether or not that comes across to the rental market is yet to be seen. We've got the common ground that's opening up here as well, so that will be an interesting space to see whether that makes a difference. And they're also proactive with low-income housing. We've got a new lot, but they're still coming through for people to purchase that are on low incomes. So as to whether that'll make a difference, I don't know. But yes, I think it's sort of, I'd love to see rents capped, because they just keep going up. Mm-hmm. But you've also got to look at, can the people that are private, rental landlords, can they afford to keep those properties? And you'll see an influx, which will create a bigger issue, as we saw with COVID.
Do you want to add anything to that, Ms Johnson?
So I think that there is just a, on a policy level, it's a really tough one but I think that as a general principle, there's something really not right about a landlord, like doubling the rental price overnight, especially when they know that there's a disabled person living there. There's something fundamentally and morally not right about that. So, it's very hard to tackle on a policy level for the reasons that Lisa just pointed out. But I do think that if we start with that principle and work out policy solutions from there, then, I think also, talking to the community and finding shared solutions as well, it's probably a good idea to really get to the roots of this, and also like why landlords are doing this. Is it just for money, or have they got other things going on, like their situation has also become unmanageable because of the way the economy's going? So I think I haven't looked at that kind of research to try and work that out. But personally, if I was a landlord, which I'm obviously not, I would find it really hard under any circumstances. I would feel quite morally difficult, in a very difficult position, if I felt that I needed to put up, rent to that extent. That's all I can say.
Of course, we have got an example in Australia with controlled rents in the ACT, which has seen a much lower rate of rent increase and not a massive contraction in rental stock. So there are examples which relate rent to inflation, with a small sweetener on top of that, of 10% beyond that. But yes, there are ways it could be done, possibly. We have had evidence to that effect. Yeah,
that's good to know. And I think, if you've got a working model and something that's working, tried and tested, that's always a good way to go, isn't it? Yeah. So, if you can make it work, I'd say it's a good idea, basically, yeah.
Before I go to Senator Delegan, I'll ask one more question. Have you got any reflections you'd like to make on homelessness services and their state of adequacy in Western Australia? You've made some comment in your opening words, but is there something you really want to say about what needs to be done in relation to homelessness?
Yeah, absolutely. So, look, I think that, what we ask is that disability needs to be treated as a priority category in housing policy. And obviously you're here, so that's obviously something that is on your mind. So we really welcome that, some attention to people with disabilities in the current situation. So, allocation and supply targets, I think, again, needs to be prioritised and not just a sort of subset of low income. So, sometimes the categorisation of how we prioritise, I think, is really crucial in terms of public housing, but also just in general how we deal with campaigns and services. I think there's a data gap. So disability in housing, it's never really been mapped. I don't think there's enough data available. Obviously, we have a census coming up. That might be an opportunity. I got my thing in the mail yesterday. I haven't actually looked at it. And I was trying to remember, did they include, the LGBT stuff in the end or not? Anyway, that's a whole different question. But anyway, I mean, it could be relevant, actually, because, if we haven't, then it's hard to understand one of the key groups of people with disabilities. But anyway, requiring suitability. So I think, as we've talked about, it's not just about availability. So I do know, I gave an example earlier of the person. This is from a homelessness service, basically, where somebody has been placed there, basically. They've been on a waiting list to go into, and so it's not like public housing, but it's like I don't know the word for it, but basically where you've got kind of like a big group living situation almost, where you get your own room, but then there's shared facilities, bathrooms and that kind of thing. I don't know what you call it, but basically...
Is it transitional? Do they call it transitional?
No? Possibly. I don't know whether it's... I think it's longer term, maybe. But anyway, you sort of get the picture. It's kind of like there's these things built to deal with this kind of crisis. But then what's often not happening is why... I was just really surprised that they hadn't sort of had a single sex, for women in particular. Why is there not a section for women? Because, the information I got from my contact is that they were placed someone with disability and who's very vulnerable, who has, very recently survived sexual assault, is then sort of placed right next to somebody that they then find out later is basically a convicted sex offender rapist. And it's like, okay, how did that happen? So, I mean, I don't want to be too critical of these services, but at the same time, I'm like, that is something that definitely needs to be addressed. I think removing barriers that stop families and individuals from securing their own accessible housing, I don't think we have any services for that, and for a long time, we've been sort of advocating for and applying for funding actually for things like a one-stop shop that would also be in the regions that would provide, things like not only advocacy, but things like financial counselling and somewhere that people with disabilities can actually go to get some real solid support, and also maybe a bit of social enterprise as well, because you know what? One of the biggest solutions to this whole thing is to give disabled people jobs. There's lots of people looking for jobs. They're not getting them. They're going to interview after interview. Another example that I gave you earlier, that person that saved up the $250,000 has been to interview after interview after interview and is very well qualified in many areas, and he's now basically kind of in a situation where they are doing things like a course in a cafe and can't even get a job in a cafe because the level of discrimination is so ridiculous. I mean, this person should never have been, in my opinion, having to go down that pathway in the first place, because their qualifications in other areas should make them very employable. But, you get to an interview and the employer basically expects you to look and act and talk a certain way. And if you talk, in a way that's like maybe a bit different to other people, or it's almost just like an immediate no from them. They just don't want to employ disabled people, autistic people, where they identify that. And so that, I think, really needs a program in and of itself. I know we've got DES providers, but they are not necessarily finding people jobs, especially people that should be in a job of $200,000 a year, basically, because they've been to university and got really good qualifications. DES is never going to have any jobs like that on their books, if any jobs at all, to be honest. So I just don't think that DES is kind of the be-all and end-all, or the solution for, all disabled people. I think, I think we need to fund First Nations-led, culturally safe housing responses, basically, and that, the accessibility on country and the community control of that is, really important. So we do hear a lot about ACCOs and how they're going to be funded, but I'm hearing that, a lot of ACCOs are not really receiving the kind of funding that they need. So, that's obviously something that I think needs to be addressed. And then there's the guardianship and administration. Lisa, do you want to say something about that? So we talked a bit about that yesterday, and I was like a bit shocked about some of the things.
Yeah, I had one case. It was a young man that wanted to remove his guardianship because he was under foster care at the time, and he'd now turned 18. So he had to go through the guardian revoking process to get it. He has self-harm tendencies, so I was excluded from seeing his paperwork because the member didn't want to make that decision to release that young man from orders, because just in case. But the outcome was that the young man didn't get off on his orders, so he ended up going out and jumping off the bridge that's near the new football stadium, and luckily he survived, but unfortunately it will also be detrimental for him ever getting off orders because of that action. So it just makes the process harder. Guardianship has a lot of issues for people with disabilities, and definitely he wanted to get out and make his choice in housing. That was one of his issues. He wanted to go and live with mates as a normal 18-year-old, but he wasn't allowed. That was one of the barriers that was put up in the guardianship space. The actual SIL provider didn't want him off orders because basically they felt he wasn't ready, but also they lose their funding. And that's another challenge for people with disability in that space for housing, is these agencies, survive on the funding, and that puts another barrier up trying to get off it. But also in regards to your question about housing and is it suitable with the homelessness, there is no suitable housing. There's 700 disability housings in the state, I was told, for people with disabilities in government housing specific. And in the private market, they're not, even though it's in the code, they're not being built disability specific. So that creates another barrier.
Thank you, Ms Thomas, and thank you for the work that you're doing out there. They are really hard stories to hear. I can't imagine what it's like being a support person in the circumstances you're describing. Senator De Liga, would you like to come in here? Do you have questions?
The witnesses have already answered my questions, Chair, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just looking to my notes here to see if I had anything further. You've mentioned just then the shortage of accessible housing. Is there any commentary you want to make then about public housing and the way in which we have fallen behind in terms of rates of construction and the proportion of new builds that are in the public housing sector?
Yeah, I think, I think there should be a national mandate on building the building codes that would basically enforce, I think that's the word, direct and enforce the new builds. So I think if we are building now, that we should be building for the future. So I think, unfortunately right now it's state by state. WA just won't kind of like implement this for whatever reason, maybe because there are housing, people making a profit out of the housing industry who don't want to have those implemented. So I think, unfortunately, that means that each state has different standards. And I think, look, there's two things. One is that we need to build for the future and we need to build accessibly. And the second is that there are houses that are built right now that need modification and that might need some investment. So I think there's a couple of strategies there. We also have, obviously, NDIS housing as well, which haven't probably talked about as much as I could have, but I think we are seeing. I was on a research group recently around SIL housing, for example, and disability housing, and I think there is, even though I think, look, to be honest, the NDS has provided so much amazing opportunities for people in this space, and we really, really need to keep that because we don't want to go back to the old way. But there were definitely some, I guess, improvements. So, for example, people sometimes kind of going into a SIL housing or any kind of housing really where they need to get their needs met, and often just having a bit of a strange experience with it being like, okay, so there's kind of like hoists over there, and then there's this other access thing here, and it's just like, because like it's set up in that way, it's not really person-centered, because the person may or might need a hoist, or and so it again sort of makes it look a bit like this institution rather than a house. And so if someone needs a hoist, then they should have a hoist, but no one should have a hoist if they don't need that. They might need another type of accessibility tool, but it's just this kind of choice and control over having a home and it looking and feeling like a home. So that was one thing that came up, and there were others as well. I'm happy to talk to the researcher if you would like to see that report.
Oh, I'd be interested to see that report. Yesterday we visited Win Car, a new building to deal with transitional housing for women escaping essentially, mostly, crisis related to domestic and family violence. Amazing facility, beautifully architecturally designed, and really amazing to see, but taking essentially 12 people at a time. So a question of scale there. What I hear from both of you is this is a problem that is large and getting worse, and that there have been improvements through the NDIS, but the crisis is is really increasing in intensity for the people you represent. You've been a service providing services for a long time, and we're an inquiry into intergenerational differences. Do you see things getting worse at present in terms of the number of people affected and the intensity of the experience?
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarification, I think we don't. I know where you're coming from with that. We don't really call ourselves a service provider, I guess, because we
I'm
do
sorry,
advocacy.
Well,
Yeah.
You describe yourself. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to nitpick. It's not that relevant. I think basically there is a. I think, well, it's a difficult one because obviously before the NDIS, the situation was much worse, even though the economy may have been more balanced. So I think the problem we have right now is that, that is there. So that is still enabling people to have some choice and control. If we were to go backwards, I think we would be facing a double crisis. One is going back to what was already a horrible situation for people with disabilities, and the second would be that we now have economic and housing crisis. So that is why we've seen so much, I guess, backlash against the proposed NDIS cuts. But yeah, intergenerationally, I do think that there is a lot more that needs to be done. As Lisa said, there's not that many, it's really hard to find accessible housing because, the houses are not being built to a standard, and that's not really, the state in WA is not really doing anything about that to make it happen. And secondly, the current housing that we have, there's no sort of programs really, as far as I know, that provide significant modifications other than the NDIS if someone is on that. But if they're not on the NDIS, it's very hard to get your home modified if and when you need it. And I think we see people in, sometimes if they end up in hospital, for example, like if someone has a car accident, they end up in hospital and they're a long stay patient, if their home is not accessible, it can be, if they have, say, physical disability, it can be very hard for them to get discharged. Or if they have a condition which is their disability is becoming at a point that they need more accessible housing for whatever reason, that their condition might be, kind of relapsing, remitting, or just relapsing, and their ability to then stay in the home becomes really difficult. And this also costs a lot of money when someone's in hospital for a really long time. It's not very good for the patient in the hospital because they probably just want to go home. And it's not very good for the system in that it's really costly. So I just think a little bit of, some upfront investment in this would be really welcome. I think it would save money. And, all the business cases on the NDIS also suggest that for each dollar invested, there's, I think one study was $4 return. So, I think NDIS is really an upstreaming program. And I think that's something that really needs to be understood, because sometimes people are just seeing this as being oh, that's a lot of money. But what we're not seeing is all the savings it's actually making in, say, hospitals and healthcare settings, and, to prevent suicides and to keep people well and healthy and have at least a chance of having a home or a job.
Mm. Well, look, thank you both for your evidence this morning. And, of course, there will be the NDIS hearing in this space tomorrow, which will no doubt pick up on many of the issues that we have canvassed here this morning.
Thank you very
much. I really appreciate your appearance and for bringing your experience, Ms Thomas, into the room also. Much appreciated. The committee's agreed that any responses to questions or the report, for example, that you mentioned, Ms Johns, which we'd be pleased to receive, we'd like to receive it within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. So thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lisa, as well. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
So I now welcome a representative from Shelter WA to come forward, and I might suspend for a moment while you settle. Great. Thank you. So I now welcome representatives from Shelter WA in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Thank you. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, I'm Kath Snell. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Shelter WA.
And I'm Chantal Caruso, and I'm the Advocacy Manager at Shelter WA and also representing the Make Renting Fair campaign.
Great, thank you very much. And I now invite you to make short opening statements, and at the conclusion of those remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to follow up with questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. We are from the peak body for community housing and homelessness, Shelter WA. We work closely with community housing providers, homelessness services, local governments and people with lived experience of housing insecurity. Through this work, we see firsthand how housing inequality is affecting Western Australians and how those impacts are being felt across generations and, in fact, across all cohorts. The feeling of despair for many is real and tangible. Over the past 5 years, housing inequality has become supercharged. What was once a challenge for some households has become a crisis for many. In a state as prosperous as WA, we should not be accepting a situation where people with jobs are sleeping in cars, where young adults cannot afford to leave home, and where families are living in caravans on relatives' driveways because there is nowhere else they can go. Yet these are the stories we hear every day, while the affordability gap is so wide that many people simply cannot afford to bridge it. When we talk about intergenerational equity in housing, we are talking about whether future generations will have the same opportunities for housing security as previous generations, and right now they do not. Our submission highlights 5 key concerns with recommendations. Firstly, Australia lacks evidence-based housing targets that are tied to actual need. While we are seeing government working towards pushing supply out, we do not have a social and affordable target that is reflective of the demand and of the future projections that the researchers are telling us. Intergenerational equity requires long-term planning that looks beyond electoral cycles and ensures future generations are not inheriting even more deeper shortages. Secondly, renters are being left behind. Government investment remains heavily weighted towards home ownership initiatives and assistance for existing homeowners. While these measures do have value, they do little for our households who are renting today and facing rising rents, insecure tenure, and limited housing options. A generation of Australians is spending longer in the rental market than ever before due to house prices, cost of living, and availability, yet our policy settings have not kept pace with that reality. Thirdly, Australia no longer has a large-scale rental affordability scheme. The end of the National Rental Affordability Scheme, NRAS, left a significant gap in the housing system. We have incentives for home ownership and support for social housing, but there is a missing middle. Affordable rental housing for low and moderate income households. We believe a nationally coordinated rental affordability scheme is essential if we are serious about addressing housing stress and creating opportunities for future generations. Fourthly, income eligibility settings in social housing are creating unintended consequences. WA has the lowest income cap of all of the states. In Western Australia, we are seeing people forced to choose between increasing their income and maintaining their housing security. When earning more can mean losing eligibility for a secure home, the system risks trapping people in poverty rather than supporting their pathway to economic participation and independence. Intergenerational equity is ultimately about fairness. It is about ensuring that a person's future is not determined by the housing market they happen to be born into. We need a housing system that is planned around evidence, supports renters, invests in affordable housing, and removes barriers that keep people trapped in poverty. Which brings me to our final point, which is housing should be treated as an enshrined human right. If we accept that housing is a human right, then every generation should have a fair opportunity to access safe, secure and affordable housing. And we very much believe that the time to action these recommendations is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything, Ms Caruso?
I'm really proud to be here today alongside Kath. We've worked together for 5 years in this space, and I've got a history of almost 30 years in the housing affordability space. And I feel like the same people have been saying the same things for 30 years. Things are getting worse, things are getting worse. You never would have thought that a median house price would cost $1 million 10 or 20 years ago, but I predicted it back then if things kept rising. But I think why I'm here today and really proud is to represent renters who are often always missing. We do talk a lot about home ownership and social housing, but renters are struggling and trapped, and the level of distress is very, very tangible right now. Even as an advocate working with renters, the distress we feel is very real, and so I'm really proud to have been working with Make Renting Fair for the last 5 years. We're an alliance-based campaign of 35 different organisations, peak bodies and frontline service providers that represent WA's 700,000 renters, and we've conducted a heap of empirical studies and surveys with renters that I'm really happy to share when we can talk about affordability for renters and what we found. Yeah.
So I have some documents that you have provided to us.
Yes.
Is this your campaign?
Yeah.
Document around
That's right.
Your rental campaign?
That's right.
The CAP fits the case for rent stabilisation in Western Australia.
We released that last November, and that was specifically around the case for rental stabilisation. Yeah.
And you reflect on the period since November to now. I said earlier we were in, I've forgotten the name of it. Sorry, Secret Harbour, sudden mental blank,
Yes.
Last night. And we have a lot of data before us about recent changes to the level of rent, 66% in 5 years, massive increase, well in advance of inflation, and house rental prices, $700, $780 and zero vacancy rates.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
And evidence also from a place like Broome, $1,000 a week and no vacancies. Yep. So, yes, I'd first just like to hear your reflections on why have we landed where you predicted we would 5 years ago? You know, this has been unfolding for 3 decades now. Where are we missing, and who has failed this current generation, and how?
I think there's a few things. Certainly the loss of NRAS has had an impact, but also there's been underinvestment in social and affordable housing for decades, and unfortunately now this government is trying to play catch up, and that's really difficult when you're trying to build homes. We've obviously seen that we've got there's more people here than we've got homes for, and there's the legislation doesn't really align with what we need. So we need to see a percentage, so a target percentage of all homes being built that should be social and affordable. So as we've said, we've got this sort of missing middle. The income cap for social housing is very, very low. So it just sits above the sort of Centrelink payment or a disability payment. So it also means that there's a lot of people that are on minimum wage or just above that don't fit the criteria for social housing, but there's no way they can get into the rental market. And as you say, 5 years ago, we were sort of talking to people where average rent was around $350 per week. And now it's up $700, $750 in 5 years, which is enormous, and no one's salary has gone up to the same percentage. So it's leaving people behind, and I think it's really changing what we're seeing in our homelessness services as well. So if we speak to our members, we obviously are still seeing people with complex needs presenting for homelessness services. But what we're also seeing is people who are working or studying who simply cannot find anywhere to live. Vacancy rates are very, very low. We've also got a very healthy short-term rental market in WA, and one of the reports that you have there, death by 10,000 cuts. So we have over 10,000 properties that are unhosted, short-term rentals.
Unhosted, they are vacant, full houses.
That's right. They're not where people live. They are absolutely sort of separate houses from their family home, if you like. And we have less than 4,000 available vacancies across the whole of WA for long-term rentals. So we can see that, certainly the short-term rental market has taken some of the supply out of the market as well. And over 50% of those unhosted short-term rentals are 1 and 2 bedroom properties. So, they're some of the properties that are really required for people to be able to live in WA.
Does your report on short-term accommodation, rental accommodation, including, for example, Airbnb, clearly, do you know how many days on average those 10,000 homes are occupied by a short-term renter?
I don't think we've got that level
Haven't got
of detail.
that. Okay, I'd be interested in that.
Yeah.
It gives us just an indication of, there are solutions out there. Just to jump to one particular one we heard about also last night and an evidence we've heard earlier, have you got a view about vacancies generally? That there are a lot of homes that aren't occupied. The census told us last time it was 1 million homes. Lots of reasons why they're vacant. Should we be looking at some kind of levy, for example, on houses that are just not occupied?
Yeah, and I'll let Shan add as well. But I think given the crisis that we're in and the scale of the problem, we shouldn't be living in a state where there's empty homes. So there needs to be a way of bringing those empty homes back into the market, or sell them to people that want to buy or want to buy to rent. We should not be having homes that are sitting empty when there are families by the hundreds and thousands living in cars and living under bridges right now.
I agree. I think it's quite gobsmacking, the number of unoccupied homes, but in a way, whilst I would support a levy or any kind of action that helps bring those back into productive use, I also think it's a distraction from things like the absolute cannibalisation by Airbnbs and short-term rentals of the housing market. Like our report shows, there's 10,000. At the moment, it's 11,000. So in just 1 year, it's jumped now 11,000 unoccupied homes on the market, and that's where all the rental supply has gone. At the moment, there's only about 2,500 available rentals across WA. So for every one rental, there's 4 unoccupied Airbnbs. In the regions, it's 1 to 15 ratio. So there's 15 Airbnbs, empty unoccupied homes in the regions, which are really hurting. And in many, I think there was 19 regions, there was 0 rentals and hundreds of Airbnbs. I feel like that's the lowest hanging fruit nationally to look at, like what's the impact of that? How are Airbnb or short-term rental owners benefiting from tax and subsidies? They might have grandfathered negative gearing and they're claiming negative gearing still on homes that have been literally stolen from renters. Another surprise as well was that more than half of those Airbnbs or short-term rentals are 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. So when you're looking at the real affordability crunch and the diversity crunch, there's nothing that's 1 or 2 bedroom and diverse left. More than half are Airbnbs that we found of those 10,000. So I feel like that's a really shocking finding. And finally, we found, which was a surprise, that there's single owners are owning multiple SDRAs. It's not just the innocent mum and dad with a family home, that they're letting out. It's now become a business. And if you see for sale signs, they're now advertising very clearly that these would be a great money bank, which is shocking in the middle of the worst crisis on record. So I feel like, yes, unoccupied homes are really important to bring back to market and using any levers we can. But actually, the lowest hanging fruit and the biggest alarm bells for us is that explosion of short-term rentals.
So let's just probe that a little bit. We heard last night from Councillor Sophie Greer, who's been working hard for measures at local government level to try and increase rates, for example, on short-term rentals and also try and pull other levers to get them out of that back into longer-term rental in a crisis. And we're meeting a lot of resistance from the state government, according to her account at this meeting she attended. And I'm just thinking these are policy levers that are clearly in the hands of government that are not being exercised. What's the problem here? Is it vested interests who are very loud when there are proposals brought forward to change? What needs to happen here? Clearly you're trying to bring forward another perspective in your research and advocacy, but what are the barriers to pulling a lever which really could make a very big difference in the short term? You don't have to build them.
No,
they're
exactly. And this is what we always say, you know, the stock's available, it's just not in the right places. I think there are some local government authorities that are really trying hard, but there are only a few at this point in time that are trying to make some changes. I think one of the things that needs to happen as a real early start is to stop providing any more licences for short-term rentals. We've got enough here right now. I think that's a really simple thing that could happen pretty early on. You know, look, our experience is that I think state government can and should, and I think there is some will to work with local government authorities to make sure that where they've each got some power, that power needs to come together between state and local to make sure that the changes are made. Certainly in some areas we're seeing the sort of geography of short-term rentals comes under scrutiny. So if it's, you know, X amount of streets away from the beach, that's fine. But if you're going into residential areas, then you can't have short-term rentals there. And
So
we
proximity
welcome
control.
Exactly. Yeah. And we welcome all of that. And we realise that, you know, some of the suburbs in the north of Perth and the northern suburbs perhaps won't have the exact same rules and percentages as if you're living in Margaret River. You know, we realise that there's you know, some balance that needs to be struck there. And another interesting thing that I will share with you is I spoke to the CEO of Tourism Council WA, and I was really interested in their feedback to our report. They were actually really supportive of our report, because what they're finding is while there is a need for accommodation for tourists in many areas of WA, it's really hard for them to invest or build because of the costs involved when the competition is Airbnbs or similar, and they don't have some of the costs that businesses have. So, you know, that's really tricky and that's really difficult. So that they could justify putting more investment into accommodation in different areas if there wasn't so many Airbnbs available. Yeah.
We also heard that one local government was explaining that the short-term rental accommodation industry is very litigious, and so if they try and introduce introduce zoning or any kind of caps, they'll get taken to court, and that happens time and time again. And so they're finding it extremely expensive and onerous to even have the courage to push back. But the most successful things that local governments are doing are zoning. But there are a heap of things that state government or federal government could do, and one of the strongest recommendations in our report was for the state government to look at essentially a moratorium whilst we're in the middle of the worst rental and housing crisis on history, but also look region by region at what would a sustainable amount of short-term accommodation be by region and in consultation with the community, and then essentially cap and trade it, have higher prices for licences, because essentially you're operating a business, so it should be treated as such, and you should be taxed and licensed as a business. But also the state government has made some good progress. For example, they are requiring that STRAs publicly advertise so that the community can have the say on whether they want them in the local area or not. But then they're being fought in court when they do oppose them. So that's an issue as well, that these multinational corporations are literally fighting community and state and local government efforts to balance the system, and that's really scary.
So the litigiousness is coming from the peak multi-billion operation, which is globally located, not in Australia. It's not coming from the local
Correct.
short-term renter.
And I will add and say that, you know, WA government did bring in some regulations a couple of years ago around the short-term rental, which we welcomed, but we're at a point in time where we need to see some bold decisions.
We should also mention that the state government also did bring in an incentive, a $5,000 incentive to bring back empty homes back into the rental market, and that was great. And they also offered $10,000 to bring in an Airbnb back into the market. So that succeeded. That got about 900. But at the same time, in the same period, more than that many went into the Airbnb. So
you need a moratorium as you incentivise the removal.
Yeah.
Is that evidence written down somewhere about how that it's in there? Great.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't want to spend too much time on this. This is, but you're describing it's low-hanging fruit, immediate result. No one has to build a house.
Yes.
So it's a good thing. But I'm going back to your 5 points, and I think you have them in a kind of priority order. Do they? The need for a long-term, I want to make sure we understand them properly. And of course, we've had Shelter nationally also talk to us. Long-term planning on social and affordable targets. It's not enough to say you're going to build 1.2 million homes. They have to be the right homes in the right spots, and they need to be affordable. In a genuine definition of affordability, have you got any comments you want to make on the definition of affordability?
We'd love to see one. We'd love to see one that applies to all, and I think using market rate is quite dangerous, because market rate is so incredibly high that even if you come down 20 or 30% under market rate, it's still completely unaffordable for a lot of people. So we really need to be looking at affordability based on people's income.
We've also had seen some evidence of a manipulation of the market rate to try and start very high so that the discount on it is not very meaningful. And it's not meaningful in the $780 a week rent anyway.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah.
And the second point you made was the need to address the missing middle. Is that correct? Have I missed anything? That was about the collapse of NRAS and the need to have a long-term, once again, real investment in that affordable housing system. And you also pointed to the eligibility, the tension between the definition or the very low rate of income before you start to be penalised in terms of your access to public housing. What's your suggestion there? How is that moral hazard, a horrible circumstance? You're terrified of getting more money because you may lose your home, a circumstance none of us would feel comfortable.
Yeah, and it's a really common problem. I mean, we hear this a lot. We've seen it from our own staff. And we've certainly spoken to other providers in the sector that are seeing this. So it's literally where people are, can earn such a small amount before they go over the cap, the income cap. So it's leaving people in a very difficult position, and the idea that people can work for a period of time and have all of the benefits of having a job or a career, obviously the financial benefits, but the benefits of being part of a community and contributing and participation, that's taken away from people, and they end up being stuck in social housing for very, very long periods of time because they are afraid of losing their homes. So, excuse me, there's a number of suggestions, and that's in that's the one, the bigger one. That's it, the eligibility trap. So there's a number of recommendations in there, but certainly it's looking at putting a realistic cap on, which aligns with some of the other states. If we look at some of the other states, the Northern Territory, for instance, you can earn double what you can earn in WA before you go above the income cap. And some of the other states, all of the other states fall somewhere between WA and the Northern Territory. And some of the other things is, give people a bit more flexibility so they don't just fall off a cliff once they earn a certain amount of money and then have to leave their property. So to elongate that time where people can work. And we also recognise that working isn't always a linear process. People might have a job for a while and then not, etc. So give people a period of time where they can actually get on their feet. I think one of the things that we've heard while we were preparing for this report is, are we not creating a bottleneck in social housing if we do this? But what we always respond to that is we've got a bottleneck now. People are not able to work their way through social housing. People are really fearful about working. So not only are they missing out, but as a workforce, and WA certainly has some shortages in labour workforce in key areas, we're missing out on being able to utilise an enormous amount of people who are willing and able to work but can't because they're so fearful of losing their home.
That seems like a very straightforward argument that needs significant, once again, relatively low hang. Why do you think there is real resistance, as I imagine there is, to this proposal? Why?
The real resistance, I think, comes from the fear of the wait list increasing. But realistically, if we look at areas where this has happened, or we've got, there's quite a lot of evidence in that report where other states have done this, and over time that isn't an actual problem. The wait list issue is due to a number of things, and supply being the biggest one. So I think, for us, we would very much support WA government uplifting that income cap so people have some breathing space.
We're an inquiry looking at intergenerational angles in particular in this housing crisis. And the next piece of evidence we will hear will be from Curtin University, which has given us some very clear evidence about house prices and the widening gap between prices and wages. We've talked a lot about rents so far, rental accommodation, which clearly is your priority. It is a major problem, and it is an intergenerationally different problem because more people are renting and they're renting longer, and there aren't the vacancies and the house rents are out of control. There's a real nasty configuration of things happening in the rental market for new generations of people. Let's just talk about house prices though for a moment. Curtin's evidence, and there are many ways to look at this, is that over the last 45 years, my generation has really failed the coming generation if we just look at the 350% increase in house prices in that 45 years, while wages have increased just by 60%. So they refer to this as a catastrophic decoupling of prices from wages. What's your view about that?
It's catastrophic, absolutely. I don't think it's just intergenerational, it's intragenerational, because 5 years ago, if someone was looking for a house and managed to get in the door then, house prices were $300,000 less 5 years ago versus the same friend group or colleague that's now trying, or a single woman on a pretty decent wage that's looking at a mortgage that's going to cost $800 a week plus strata, and there goes 70% of your wage forever. You'll die in that house before you can pay it off. But again, the focus on house prices is one thing, but I feel like, there's so much focus on house prices. The assumption shouldn't be that people should want to buy a house or need to buy a house. It feels like everyone's being forced to buy a house. And people that we work with and my friends are skipping renting because there's just no chance to save in a rental. You just go straight into a house and you've got a mortgage from the age of 20 if you can afford it, or 30. But in terms of catastrophic increases, I really want to focus back on the difference between wages, CPI and rent prices, because in a report that we're about to publish from Make Renting Fair, we've looked at the increase in rents. We've basically updated the If the Cap Fits report, and we've looked at rents between 2021 and now, so in the last 5 years, and we looked at every state electorate in WA and the rent prices there, and found that there's been an increase of 133% in rent prices on average across all state electorates in 5 years, compared to WA wages of 18% and CPI of 23%. So that's why I want to keep going back to rent prices. It is catastrophic, it is obscene, and we have to have the courage to have a national conversation about what can be done more to stabilise inflation, because it is inflation. We talk about all these other types of inflation that are bad, but rent inflation is somehow invisible or taboo or acceptable because some people are making money from it. I feel like that's the main game that I'm in, and it's keeping me up at night, and it's catastrophic.
I want to make sure we have those statistics, and I'd look forward to that report.
Thank you.
When are you planning to publish it?
In the next couple of weeks. We've had the data, we've submitted it to the department because the WA government at the moment is going through a process of, we're expecting Residential Tenancies Act reforms to come by the end of the year. This has been something they've been consulting on and we've been waiting for 6 very long years, and we've been asking for rent stabilisation and minimum standards, including energy efficiency, for 6 very long years, and both of those things have been left off the table with the next round of reforms. And so something I was, if it's okay, really keen to also talk about in terms of intergenerational inequity is energy poverty and the way that renters are stranded in, including in social housing and private rentals, stranded in houses that are so poorly, there's no standards around making sure that they're thermally comfortable, cheap to run, insulated, ceiling fans, all of the basics that homeowners take for granted, and homeowners are also being subsidised. So I would like to put into their homes, and so off the back of 25 years of subsidies to install rooftop solar, so that 50% of Australians now have rooftop solar, 0% of renters would, and now in the last federal budget, I just wanted to point out that there was, I think it was the price that was given to battery subsidies, $7.2 billion, eye-watering money for homeowners to install a battery. And then WA on top of that, the WA budget included another $387 million, so that homeowners who already had a home and already had solar could install a battery and then benefit from $2,500 of bill savings a year. There's nothing in the budget or any budget you could look at that helps renters adjust and enjoy those savings. And so we would argue that that is such a huge issue for intergenerational and intragenerational inequity, because you're stranding the most vulnerable people in the worst performing houses who are paying the most money and have no voice. And that's why we're here and we get up and we do what we do. 50,000 Western Australians are going to enjoy those batteries, and renters are stranded in homes that they tell us in our surveys they can't keep cool at night. They're in homes that are 37 degrees at night in their bedroom, including my last home. And are freezing in winter. They're freezing through winters, boiling through summers, and no one cares.
Is the proportion of renters in WA close to the national average of 31%?
Yeah, it's slightly under, yeah.
Slightly under. Thank you, that was very eloquently put and very good to have the numbers to back it. And also your figures of 133% increase in rents.
Yep.
In the last 5 years, while wages went up by 18% and inflation was at 23%.
Yep.
So someone is making a great deal of money here, are they not?
Yeah, and that translates to renters paying another, in this report we found that translates to renters paying an extra $19,500 a year on top of their rent. So they're having to find almost $20,000 a year extra just to pay the rent in the same house that hasn't been improved, and yeah.
Do you have a model of rent stabilisation that you propose?
Yes, we've proposed many. We point obviously to the ACT. They've got a really great record of rent stabilisation, and by the way, they're also the healthiest vacancy rate, so the argument that it will impact supply is just not founded. So we think that they're capping rents to CPI plus 10% is a good start, but with inflation so high now, that's also dangerous given rents are so high. We like the idea of Ireland, who has a 2% flat rate. They declared the whole of Ireland a rent pressure zone and said, let's just increase, let's cap it at 2%. Spain and France have really sophisticated models where they look at inflation, and they actually have an equivalent of the ABS calculate what rent increases are allowed, and I think last year in France it was 1.4%. Yeah, the point is there are many examples and growing of people doing this, but I think the biggest argument against it, even from the Federal Housing Minister, is that it would have a perverse effect and increase rents, which is...
Increase rents?
Yes.
Yes, because of a shrinkage of renter supply. Is that the argument?
I can't think. We've looked at what the argument is, and that will come out. We've also looked at where are they getting this from, because I think if they... I think they're worried it would decrease supply. But if they're worried about decreasing supply, they should look at regulating the number of rentals going into the short-term rental market, because that's where the supply is going. It's not about rent prices.
No, and I might add to that Make Rent and Fair did an independent survey and found that the vast majority of people would support some kind of rent cap.
Yeah.
So it's not something that, I think the pub conversation says, oh, people would never go for that. But actually the survey shows that most people would. And while, you know, people, if we're talking about different generations, you know, there's lots of people whose children are really struggling to find somewhere to live. And to go back to your point about house purchasing, if people can't afford to buy a house and they can't afford to get into a rental and they're not earning little enough to get into social housing, where are they going to go? So when we talk about homelessness increasing and why that is happening, that's why it's happening. But, you know, because there are people that are slipping through the net here, and vast numbers of people, and it's really problematic.
Senator DeLiga, have you got questions you would like to ask at this point?
I have a couple to ask, Chair, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for your evidence so far, Ms Snell. The committee is here to consider the long-term drivers of housing inequity. The Commonwealth has leaned back into the housing sector in a really different way to what we've seen in the past. Do you have any reflections on how the role of the Commonwealth has changed over time in the housing space?
I think about a decade ago, the Commonwealth was really involved in the housing space because it introduced a $6 billion social housing stimulus fund post-GFC, and that was incredible because it was only for social housing, and I think the target was around 21,000 social homes, and that was significant at the time, and it was simple at the time, and it was direct funding. And at the same time, the NRAS, the National Rental Affordability Scheme, was launched with the promise that if the 50,000 new supply affordable rentals were successful, they would repeat it. And at the time, it was such a hopeful time where the federal government was much more involved. And if you cut to now, it's taken this huge emergency for them to announce a 1 million housing target accord. But that 1 million housing target is not targeted. It's a very small amount of social housing, and it's honestly a real missed opportunity.
I might add to that. So the Housing Australia Future Fund, which I have to say WA has benefited from hugely. So we're very much welcoming of that, and we'd love to see it repeated and increased. But we would also love to see a little bit more focus on how that works, so how the modelling works for people. The feedback that we receive from our members is that it can be really expensive for organisations to put together a proposal, particularly small organisations, small community housing organisations, when there's no guarantee of funding. And also, you know, the push for potentially more grants and less of a loan style programme. And the last point I'll make about Housing Australia is we really need to be looking at what this could mean for the regions. It's really difficult for regions to create proposals and planning that stack because of the tyranny of distance, and we certainly find that perhaps more than any or many of the states in WA because of the utter magnitude of our state. So we really need to look at how we can support and potentially subsidise regional communities who are doing it so incredibly tough in this market. Certainly in the metro area, you know, we're seeing really significant problems. But if we look at the regions, and each region will have its own problems, but to be able to build and support communities in the regions is very, very difficult. So we would encourage the Housing Australia Future Fund or something like it to be increased, but also to focus on how it can help across all Australia, not just the metro zones.
Absolutely. I'm from a regional area myself, and I very much welcome whenever we see new projects kicking up that have a social and affordable aspect to them. When it comes to social and affordable housing, what kind of cohorts do you see are the best served by the new drive for social and affordable housing, and which cohorts perhaps need more attention or wraparound support?
Look, it's a really interesting question because we're seeing all cohorts are impacted by the situation that we have now. Certainly young people, but also older people, older women, people with disabilities, families. The list goes on. Really, there's no one that this hasn't impacted. And we've used some examples in one of our reports around the impact that the end of the NRAS scheme is having on people. And one woman that I know Chantal spoke to about her dad, who's 80 years old, who was coming to the end of NRAS and had no idea how or where he was going to live after that. So there's honestly examples of people right across the spectrum. So it's really difficult for us to say there's one particular area because our members tell us that it's really across the board, and we know that there are women staying in really unsafe situations because there's not enough housing. That's certainly extremely problematic. There are young people. We do a lot of work as a coalition here around ending child and youth homelessness. That's certainly another problem that is growing and is tragic, and the numbers are really quite petrifying, to be honest. But there's older people as well, and there's families. So unfortunately, I have to say that we're seeing the negative impacts of what we're going through right across the board.
And I suggest that your answer might be, to my next question, might be similar. Over time, has the different types of organisations, clients that your organisation supports, has that shifted? Are you seeing different levels or greater volumes of homelessness across different cohorts that you might have seen in the past? Or is it very similar to your last answer?
Yeah, there's a couple of things I want to add to that. I'd say that we certainly are hearing that there's an increased level of complexity in some of the presentations to homelessness services. And one of the things that we're focusing on is our workforce and what support our workforce needs to be able to support people with complex needs. But then the other thing I will say is that our homelessness service providers particularly are seeing people that they've never seen before and who have never presented to homelessness services before. So, as we've mentioned, people who have always worked, people who have always had and paid for a rental property, people that can no longer afford to pay for the rent because it's gone up. And while we welcomed the RTA changes from 2 rental increases per year to 1 rental increase per year, the amount that rent can go up in a year is not capped in any way. So, if you've got a family living in a rental that were paying $400 a week and then suddenly they're paying $650 a week, they simply cannot find that money. And this is real, it sounds like something that you make up, but it's real. Every day we're seeing that and we're hearing about it. So to answer your question, yes, there are people with complexities that have been, particularly who have been rough sleeping, but there are also people who just need a home and don't necessarily need all of the support services because they have lived and kept a home for many, many years and something has changed for them.
All right, I'm just conscious we've got a break coming up, so I might just leave my questions there. Thanks very much for your evidence today and thanks for the support you provide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. I have a couple more. I'm very keen to get a cup of tea as well, but your evidence has been really excellent and very useful, and thank you for the reports and the forthcoming report, which will be very helpful to us. Have you got any thoughts on the increasing role that the Bank of Mum and Dad are playing? I'm looking at the stats on inequality, which are also in the report from Curtin University. 10% of Australians now owning 50% of the wealth. Most of it is in residential housing. And for many people, young people, trying to get into housing, it's the 100,000 on average that some of them are able to get. But it's a motor of inequality in my view, but I wanted to hear what your thinking is on the bank of mum and dad?
I can speak to that because there's definitely been studies out recently that confirmed what I'd been worried about, which is that unless you have the bank of mum and dad, you cannot get a step on the ladder. And the example I provided before of a woman like me looking for a one-bedroom apartment where it's now $650,000, unless you want to pay $800 a week for the rest of your life, which will put you into an extremely unaffordable situation, you have no chance. That's what you're facing, even if you can get a loan. Unless you have the bank of mum and dad and you're a young person, there is no chance. And it's now the same for renting as well. You're having to save to rent because renters are paying the same amount as a really expensive mortgage. So without the bank of mum and dad to help you get into a rental and sustain a rental, that's where we're at. We hear that all the time from people that we work with in our sector as well. It's, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And one last question. We've had evidence from a range of places around the HAF, and what I hear from you is a very strong endorsement of a direct spend of the kind we saw, you mentioned 10 years ago, Mr Caruso, in that post-GFC massive spend that made a difference and the INRAS that followed it. And some of the things we hear about HAF are you need community housing infrastructure of scale, to take on sizable debt and the costs of preparing submissions and so on. So is it your view that it is the direct spend model that is quicker, easier and endorsed by, supported by the evidence you've got? What's your thinking about that?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, many of our members are community housing providers. And as I say, the HAF has been very much welcomed. And we've seen certainly our tier one providers, of which there are only a few in WA, they've benefited. And I know Development WA has been really successful in the HAF rounds, which is also beneficial because a lot of those community housing properties that will be built, the management of those will go across to community housing. But I think if we are to see a real uplift in the amount of homes that community housing providers can build and manage, which is the goal, I think that we would invite the Housing Australia Future Fund to be really targeted on that direct funding, as you say, and also to look at where there are challenges to projects that stack up. I mean, it's really difficult to build in somewhere like Kununurra or, the areas of the Pilbara and the Kimberley, and for it to be cost effective. So I think that the conversations need to really be, what do these homes need to look like? How are they accessible for everybody? And how do they suit the areas that they're built in, and the communities that they're supporting? So yeah, as I said, we're really supportive of the Housing Australia Future Fund. But yeah, let's tailor it so it works for more organisations, and we'd love to see some more money put into that.
And seeing it go where the need is, as opposed to the infrastructure that may be able to successfully submit for the project.
Yeah,
that's a question.
I think the difficulty is if you are already a sophisticated organisation and you've got all that you need to be able to put in proposals, then obviously you're more likely to be successful. But if we're trying to build the sector across tiers 2 and 3 as well, and we're certainly doing some work in that space, we need to be mindful of how that's going to work and also the costs involved in putting those submissions together.
So last thing, while we've sat in here this morning and talked a lot about the rental crisis, which you want us to focus on because it is massively significant for women and children and men and lower income people, and it's increasing in significance. I really hear that from you. But out there, the legacy press, at least, is totally focused on the $4,000 fall in house prices on average in Perth since February. What's your thinking about that whole massive discussion about the crisis of the housing price fall? Do you see it as overblown and a distraction? In view of what I'm putting words in your mouth, that's what I think. I'll be honest, but I want to hear what you think.
Look, we see the crisis as people don't have anywhere to live. The crisis is homelessness numbers are staggering. The inaffordability to live in this state for many, many people, that's the real crisis. Cost of living continues to go up. Rental prices continue to go up. So the fact that potentially the housing prices have levelled off or perhaps gone down a little bit, well, that isn't our biggest worry. And I'd probably prefer it wasn't called a crisis, because I think there's real crisis that we're trying to deal with.
Yeah, I think the media wants it both ways, because in WA we're actually really blessed that we do have media that will cover the rental crisis. They turn up to everything we do. Yeah. They are genuinely concerned and care about the stories we're telling and about the impact to communities. Yet, yeah, I think it is overblown, and I think around the kid, what can I say? I think it's a relief to people that it's coming down. Mum and dads know that if their kids are out trying to buy a house, there's no way they can compete unless house prices coming down. Everyone knows that. I think everyone would see those headlines and think, thank goodness. So yeah, I think everyone actually feels a little bit of relief, and yeah, probably leave it there.
Thank you so much for your evidence. Really appreciate you appearing, and really appreciate the contribution you're making to knowledge and policy. I look forward to hearing more from you in the future. And if you have undertaken to give us anything further like that forthcoming research, if you could get it to us within 2 weeks of you receiving the Hansard transcript. Great. Much appreciated.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Senator.
Are you happy to do that with me?
I'm happy to do it.
Let's see if they...
I think
I suspend for our break.
we could also hold this.
So I now welcome representatives from Curtin University in person. Thank you so much for coming and being with us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, you have received that information? Yes. For the Hansard record, could you please give us your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
Okay, starting with myself, I'm Professor Grantley Taylor. I'm a representative of Curtin University, working for the School of Accounting, Economics and Finance.
So, my name is Lian Zhuang, and I'm an associate professor from Curtin University, a School of Accounting, Economics and Finance.
Finally, me, Baban Elewi. My name is Baban Elewi. I'm a representative from Curtin University, School of Accounting, Economics and Finance. I'm also senior lecturer at School of Accounting, Economics and Finance.
So can I just clarify, you're all from different parts of Curtin then?
No, same school.
Same
it's all the same.
Same school.
Same discipline, same school. So thank you. Would you like to lead off with some opening commentary? And at the conclusion of that, we will follow with some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity for us to appear before the committee today. So Australia faces a growing intergenerational housing divide, with home ownership increasingly determined by access to family wealth rather than work and savings, while older generations have benefited from decades of rising property values and favourable policy settings. Our submission demonstrates that this divide is not simply the outcome of market forces, it reflects decades of policy choices. In fact, between 1981 and this year, real house prices increased by some 350%, while real wages rose by around 60%. The time required to have a standard home deposit has more than doubled, and an increasing proportion of younger Australians face long-term reliance on an insecure rental market. These trends carry consequences that extend far beyond housing. They reduce social mobility, weaken productivity by pushing essential workers further from employment centres, and increase the risk of retirement poverty among lifelong renters. Our submission recommends a balanced package of reforms, including modernising housing tax incentives, increasing the supply of social and affordable housing, removing barriers to high-density development in appropriate locations, strengthening rental security, supporting institutional build-to-rent investment, and expanding shared equity pathways to home ownership. No single measure will resolve this challenge. However, a coordinated approach across all levels of government can restore greater fairness while maintaining confidence in Australia's housing market. The decisions made over the coming years will shape whether future generations enjoy the same opportunities that previous generations took for granted. Thank you. We welcome the committee's questions.
Any other you will all get the opportunity to respond to questions. Please come forward with your responses as you want. But I want to say thank you very much for bringing the body of research that you do to us as a committee. Your submission is very, very helpful to us in the evidence it brings and the overview it provides, and the way you structure it and get to what you call a balanced package of comprehensive reform. It is an exemplary submission, and I found it a very interesting read. You use the word catastrophic in your submission, and you particularly focus in your opening commentary on the decoupling of house prices from wages, which has undermined the traditional social contract, which is if you get a job and you engage in employment over time, within a reasonable period, you will be able to save your deposit and work your way while renting into the possibility of home ownership. And now, to quote what you say, there are now really significant structural barriers that disproportionately affect young Australians. what are the consequences, or let's start with the barriers in labour market, in financial and social and political life that younger people face today that make it so hard to purchase their first home and have created this catastrophe?
Right. Thank you, Senator. So to commence with the barriers, so the data suggests that nationally it takes considerably longer, say 10.6 to 12.4 years to save a standard 20% deposit, as compared to around 5 years in 1990. And even then, when the average first home buyer spends will effectively be committed to some 45% of their disposable income on mortgage repayments as well. And that's sort of considered to be above the 30% housing stress benchmark of the more developed economies. So they have that barrier in particular. Against that, there's greater credit flexibility. So banks have tended to lend a lot more, and the availability of institutions from which they can obtain funding has also increased. There's a lot of alternatives out there. But really, they face a lot of competition from cashed-up investors who jump on opportunities if they can deem that there's some sort of profit in there, and it really crowds them out of the market. They don't really have that time to consider, and very quickly their opportunities available to them are quashed. Of recent, I think there's some scope, given the taxation policy changes that have come into play, which look as though they have increased the time within which newcomers have been able to consider and to review their financing opportunities. So that's opened some degree, a narrow window, if you like, for potential new home buyers to come into the market. So that's really the key thing, and house prices, as I've mentioned, have increased substantially, far more than the salary and wage growth. So that's created that difficulty in obtaining that 20% deposit, which generally I think institutions like first-time buyers to have. I guess one of the other barriers as well is the potential. Let me just refer to my notes here. The schemes available to first home buyers as well. So the
5% deposit scheme, is that what you're thinking of? Or
yeah,
yeah,
or any form of scheme really. It's probably insufficient to be quite honest, and a lot of the parameters that they've got in place. For example, here the dwelling needs to be of less than $800,000. I mean, it then removes the available stock of housing available to first home buyers, potential first home buyers, and hence for those, if there are opportunities, those lower priced homes invoke far greater competition. So again, that constrains them in the available of housing stock from which those first home buyers may come into the market. Yeah, thank you.
You also talk in your paper about the future fiscal risks for federal governments if we don't have a serious go at addressing this crisis, and we haven't had a lot of evidence on that as a committee. What are the risks to our broader economy of a crisis like this in housing? I think you refer to productivity and a range of other things, the pension down the track and so on.
So I have two different points, to be honest. So the long-term renting, has wider economic consequences. Lifetime renters generally accumulate less wealth, have less retirement security, and more likely to rely on the Commonwealth Rent Assistance on age pensions. This creates significant long-term fiscal pressure on Australian population wages. And also the biggest risk, one of the points I noted here, the biggest risk is so that the housing wealth become permanently inherited rather than earned. That would reduce equality and opportunity, increase wealth inequality, lower social mobility, and create significant future costs through higher pensions and housing assistance expenditure. That's the main points. And that also, I think, it's shown that young Australian, once again, if put into account, that can be able to purchase a home through the employment and saving rather than relying on the bank of mom and dad or through inherited wealth. And it would be more meaningful housing markets that will to provide social secure rental options, adequate housing supply, and that will be also adequate housing supply and sustainable long-term affordability.
So your submission points to the really significant fall in home ownership for people from their late 20s through to their early 40s.
34 years old.
As I remember, and you refer to the evidence of other academics, Ong and so on, who have documented that fall. And your argument is, in terms of the fiscal consequences, is an increasing slice of people in rental who are going to be there renting all their life, and we've heard evidence to that effect from our witnesses also this morning, means that the burden on the budget, if I can talk about it in that language, people have their entitlements, it's not a burden, but it'll mean a bigger rental subsidy and pension burden on the fiscal budget. And the other issue you're talking about is the consequences of widening inequality. So, and you're pointing to the Bank of Mum and Dad as accelerating the gap between those who have and those who don't. And we are seeing, and you give the data too, I think is it OECD data, $100,000 average Bank of Mum and Dad. Many people have no such access, of course. But where you increasingly rely on it, you're increasingly accelerating inequality.
Yes.
And you see that as a drag on the economy over time, of widening inequality?
Definitely, yes.
Definitely,
yeah.
And it is a bit more on the social problem as well. In terms of that, now you have the house has based on which family you're coming from, not about your capacity to earn and to get the deposit for what you have.
Which is a stabilising social base from which to make your life, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One other impediment there as well is that you may get a large cohort of essential workers, nurses, teachers, police, hospitality staff that are not local to the institutions in which they're working or the departments. That then creates some sort of drag then in terms of productivity, because those institutions, say particularly nurses, for example, there may be an impediment there to get sufficient nurses for hospitals or sufficient police to be located within a particular area at a given amount of time, given that they perhaps are seeking lower end property further out. So that form of drag may significantly impact the effectiveness of those particular cohorts of people. So I think that's a concern that perhaps may have not really been addressed as highly as perhaps what it should be. Yeah.
Was it in your submission, I think you
Yes.
talked about the 40k radius,
Metropolitan
and
areas.
increasingly pulling out those essential workers to be more and more distance. We certainly took evidence on that in other places, Sydney.
Okay,
especially.
great. Yeah, especially Sydney, Melbourne.
Especially Sydney, but you're talking about it here as being, the the geographical configuration of Western Australia is so different to other places.
Yes, yes.
A city-state in a way, but big regional centres where the housing crisis is really biting
Yeah.
in rental and purchases.
Yeah.
But those essential workers pushed way out, which increases the commute and has big implications for quality of life, expense and so on.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's it's a key issue for the government, that and perhaps some housing considerations local to hospitals or police stations or other things may need to be considered by the government. Yeah.
I'll ask my colleague in a moment whether Senator Jordan whether you have any questions as well, and we've got Senator DeLiga online, but I just want to go to rents before we do that.
Sure.
We've had a lot of evidence this morning about the rental crisis in Western Australia and how desperate it is. And last night we met with people at Secret Harbour who brought home to us a massive increase in rents in kind of the southern part of Western Australia, at 66% in the last 5 years, wages way behind, and no vacancies. What's your policy thinking about rental reform? We are not built for it. What do we need to do with 31% of our population, just under that in this state,
Yes.
who are renting for longer periods of time?
That's right. Leanne? Yeah.
Take that question. So I think that at the moment, what I can see, as you can see, is the rental crisis in WA, and a lot of Asian now they put it is a short term, not a long term rental. So and obviously the reason they want it short term because at the end of the contract you can increase the rent substantially. So one possible thing about the policy, we can have some sort of mandate in terms of the minimum contract amount. Say that we go into the longer term, like some country in the Europe model, rather than that you can put it like 6 months or less than 6 months or month by month contract, so that you can increase the rental soon after that. So I think the long-term rental contract would be one thing that we can sort out the problem for rental crisis.
And would you be then supportive of characteristics that are more common in commercial rental contracts, for example, often 5 years long, inflation built in, nothing unexpected coming at you, longer rent and a predictability about what your rent increase will be? Yes, you're nodding. Any thoughts about rental caps, as we see, for example, in the ACT?
Yeah, so we can have kind of the rental cap in terms of after the period. That you can say that not more than 10% increase after the rental period. We can have the rental cap for 5 years is quite long for an individual to rent, but we can say that rental cap about 1 or 2 years. And then after that, we should have a rental cap of about 10% or 15%, not more than that.
And
after the rental.
Not relating it to inflation, the ACT
Yeah, we
model
take into the inflation as well.
Yeah.
10% on top of the inflation. So say, for example, like this, we couldn't experience the problem like you said it before, 66% increase in the past 3 years.
Way too high. Senator Steele-Johns, is there anything you'd like to pursue?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Professor and doctors, for your time today. I guess I'm thinking about this crisis first and foremost through my experience as a WA senator, and one of the things that the community in Western Australia often feels is that you have the national picture, but there are distinct differences with our state that often get missed in the national conversation. What does your research tell you about how this picture of the housing crisis looks different in WA compared to what we might see over east?
From the Perth perspective in particular, I don't think we have the same issues perhaps with some of the elements of the risks that we've highlighted in our submission as compared to, in particular, Sydney. I mean, Sydney's fairly unique, and perhaps also Melbourne for that matter. However, and also in terms of getting essential workers, the flow, we don't have a harbour dividing north and south as Sydney do. So we've got the Swan River, but I think the flow of essential personnel is so much better here for obvious reasons. However, there are a lot of commonalities still, and one of those is perhaps the lack of social housing and and I think from the Perth WA perspective, there's a lot of areas which could be considered for rezoning, and part of that could include a supply of social housing, and there may be a little bit more of that in some of the other cities. So Perth is growing extremely fast, and house prices, and we've all seen it from personal experience, have just catapulted in the last 1 or 2 years in particular. So, and I've had people come up to me saying that, you know, the government assistance I get is just covering me by the bare minimum at the moment, but any further rental increases are really going to put me on a knife edge, and I have to consider some other, obviously, other alternatives which are going to significantly degrade their quality of living. So the upzoning for density probably is something that Perth could consider seriously now, I think, and it includes some component of social housing within a mandated component, and that would, from a forward projection perspective, that would negate those risks that are occurring now. So it's obviously a lot better to try and treat anticipated risks now rather than to wait until it's right there in your face. So I think those sort of things, and zoning potential, and the supply of more housing needs to be considered from the WA perspective. Thank you.
It's a good point. I wonder whether you could flesh something out for me, because in terms of zoning, one of the things that I have people share with me quite often is their frustration when driving around areas like Albany Highway is a perfect example. You're going down there. It's one of our 7 key transport corridors, and you've got this land that is covered with low density, low quality commercial tenancy, for want of a better word, car yards.
Yes.
And people say to me, well, what is the governmental barrier between taking that land and utilising the state's powers around compulsory acquisition and compensation, rezoning, to actually set a plan for these areas to transition from, you know, here's where you see the Ford as you drive to work, to actually this is where people live, close to a transport corridor where they can easily get into work. Step us through what are the barriers to that happening, if any, and where could, if anywhere, could the federal government step in to incentivise or to mandate that type of rezoning, or what's necessary?
Okay, thank you. So just based on your example, and you know, I've seen it myself, you know, there's multitude of car yards spread out as you progress southwards down Albany Highway. I mean, there's a lot of services like that, and you might think, well, you know, it's excessive in some degree, but perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. But I think that that would attract a lot of people, obviously working in those places and other similar commercial entities, and they would live probably fairly locally, given that the nature, the intensive nature of the work around there, and similarly for other sort of industries and other localities as well. What I would, from our perspective, I think would be to encourage, if you just go down some of the side streets beyond, you know, some of those commercial places, you do see empty lots of land. You do see, you see some apartment blocks or townhouse blocks, but there's really significant capacity to increase development and encourage rezoning or some form of incentive there. And obviously one would expect that to incorporate some degree of social housing. So whilst there may be some barrier then, because if you're shifting a commercial body further out, their cost of doing business is far greater, and that service may then not be available to that immediate locality, which again, we don't want to suppress commercialisation, but I expect that within the immediate hinterland behind those commercial bodies, we would encourage, in particular, rezoning, so that there's there's essential services and there's less essential services, but particularly around those areas of variable importance, we could encourage that rezoning. So definitely all through that area, there's large lots, greater than 700 square metres. There's eminent potential, and even rezoning might consider subdivision for 600 now if there's capacity to do so, and not just corner lots. So there's great capacity to build up immediately in the hinterland behind some of these commercial places. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And just one more, if that's all right, Chair. So we, just before you joined us, we were hearing from Shelter WA. Right. They put together a report on short-term rental accommodation in Western Australia, and they've identified for us that over 10,000 properties in Australia are now listed as short-term rental accommodation places. Over the last 2 years, about 900 homes have moved from being either on the rental market or available to be lived in over to the short-term rental accommodation structure, overwhelmingly Airbnbs.
Yeah.
We've heard compelling evidence from Shelter about the need to shift that direction of travel and try to return some of these properties to the broader space where they can be either rented or lived in. What is your view on what the policy approach should be to short-term rental accommodation, and whether federal government, again, has a role, since we're in a federal space, in either incentivising or directing the work of state and local government in this area?
Right. Did you?
Yeah, so I can see there's a shift from the long-term rental to the Airbnb, because a lot of my friends actually doing that. It's actually for the landlord side, it earn more money.
Yeah.
Compared with the long-term rental, but obviously it creates the social problem when less rental available for Australian and genuine people want to look for that. So I really think that this is a thing where we need to coordinate between the federal government and the state government and local government on this. Perhaps we should have some restriction in terms of how many percentage of the property can be on short-term Airbnb. On this, and it's all depending on the demand in that area as well. For example, you can put more short-term Airbnb for the city location, when tourists and other things can be more attracting. But for a bit further away, you need that for Australians to have the home, to have a house to live. And perhaps it's a bit further away from the city. When less tourists, you should put that on for a certain percentage only on Airbnb, and it based on the application. So say that the application for Airbnb can be 1 year period and can be reviewed after this. So that it is one approach that can address the problem that everyone wants to go to Airbnb because of it get higher rental things.
Yeah. I'm really concerned, particularly if you go out to our regions, so the Margaret River region, Busselton, for example, as well, particularly, you've got communities where, and Shelter's drawn our attention to this, you've got a dynamic where Airbnbs outnumber private rentals 14 to 1. And then you go and speak to the allied health professionals or the doctors that work at the local medical facilities and talk about why they see their colleagues leaving. And it's because of the complete inability to access private rental at all, affordable or otherwise. I hear you, Professor, say maybe it's a 1 year limit or annual review. Another simple step could be simply requiring that states give the Commonwealth, working with states and territories, to ensure that they give local governments the power to reject Airbnb applications, which is something that the state government here denies local governments. You can't say no. You can't ban Airbnbs outright in WA. You can only set the terms around which you may say yes, and then decide whether they've met them or not. Would giving local government that clear power to say no, if that was the view of the council, would that be something that could be helpful in this space?
Definitely it is. The council need to determine how many tourists are coming to the town over the year.
Yes.
And then they can put the rental cap, obviously, on this. So, for example, if you go down to the Margaret River, when a lot of tourists going there, we need to balance between the economic development and sustainability for our Australian people. So the percentage could be different across different towns. So we still want tourists to have come into that area, and people have a bit of time or fun on this one. But the locals, definitely, I would think the local government, state can in consulting with the state government in terms of what is the percentage it should be for Airbnb.
Thank you. And Doctor, you wanted to...
From some evidence that we've talking daily with friends who like having like Airbnb properties, and which it's also like it has to be regulated properly and carefully, because it's put a lot of pressures, or even like families who are living up front house and there's Airbnb in the back house. It could create some conflict sometimes in terms of people who are visiting every day, and putting a lot of pressure on the some of the driving or parking areas and stuff. That's also increased a lot of pressure on the local services provided for the things. So that's what I've seen in and I've heard some conflicts increase across the community, families, and because for having 8 rooms, 7 rooms, and every day it's new. So it has to be regulated based on the tourist areas, as Dr. Lian mentioned, and that very important to be reconsidered some of the standard and things.
Tension is precisely the right word. We have you might be aware of this, but we have 14 local governments in WA where there are 0 private rentals available, and yet there are hundreds of Airbnbs that can be rented in the area. And that creates great tension between the owners of those properties and people who want to be able to see a GP but can't because the GP has nowhere to rent. And then to your point, Doctor, as irritating as many people find, the planning process and definitions of residential and commercial, they are, I've found, there for a reason. One of them being the amenity of the community and things like parking being able to be regulated based on who lives there, not on who is passing through. Yet Airbnb's just kind of jumped the fence. The entire regulatory framework that we've built for over 100 years around temporary and kind of tourist-based accommodation, just whoop, in much the same way as Uber does in the transport industry. So anyway, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. I'm going to ask you to take one question on notice for me, if you could. And please answer this to the best of your ability, and if you can't do much on it, it's okay. But I am conscious that the community member that is facing the housing crisis doesn't exist in a vacuum. Often they are increasingly people who are small business owners and are affected by the regulatory framework in the commercial tenancy space. And it strikes me that a lot of the dynamics that we see in our residential housing and rental market more broadly are also echoed in the commercial rental space, particularly at the small business level, where you have a lot of monopolisation, a lot of what strikes me as coordination between different large and medium commercial landlords around whether the rent goes up or down, with very little recourse for the commercial tenant. So if there's anything that you can provide us around your thoughts as a group of academics on what might be done for commercial, for reforming the commercial rental space to give greater rights or protections to those small business owners that are within those structures, that would be greatly valued. However, if you're like, that we do nothing on that and have nothing to provide, that's absolutely fine.
Yep. So just in terms of commercial rentals, I think again the supply of commercial rentals is an issue, and obviously if we can get more in proximal to the body of the population, that would be better. I have seen some areas that are zoned specifically for commercial, which I was one of a few down in the Canning Vale Southern River area I've noticed, which are quite encouraging because obviously that will be enveloped by residential and people can develop their businesses in those sort of localities. In terms of, again, there might be large commercial properties of which some sort of form of rezoning potential for them, and they may be able to, if they've got a large operation, be able to build, subdivide some components of that and build and lease some of those out to other types of businesses, or they might be parallel businesses which augment existing businesses, for example. So some consideration by local governments to include areas for commercialisation I think is very important as well. Again, because you don't want suburbs full of people and then the commercial operations in the distal parts of the community as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Steele-John, and thanks for your answers. Senator De Liga, are you there? I'm sure you are. Are there questions you have at this point?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've just got a couple. Thank you. Thanks to everyone for your submission. You make a number of recommendations for policymakers backed up by your research. Could you begin by explaining your key recommendations and the context that they were made in?
Okay, so key recommendations. Thank you for your question, Senator. So, there's three major sort of recommendations. One was the reformation of the tax incentives to ensure tax neutrality, and we note that some of the points we've included in there have actually been taken on board in respect to capital gains tax and the negative gearing aspects, and they've negated some of the speculative demand on purchase and then the flipping of properties, that aspect. So, and on that, I don't think that that phased approach will be reasonably effective in enabling first home buyers in particular to be able to come into the market. But I don't see that that will be an issue in terms of the housing investment community. I don't think there's going to be a dramatic downfall in house prices as a consequence of that. That may, it's like anything in the market. If there's some degree of initial uncertainty, that may impede some forms of investment, but people get used to those sort of things. Secondly, substantially increasing housing supply and to include a component of social and affordable housing and medium density developments, and that may, based on Senator Josh's questions and discussions, may include some form of commercial elements as well. And then thirdly, improve the pathways in which, in particular, the first home buyers are able to enter the market. So we know that what the wages and salaries earned by them, and even if it is they're making in excess of, say, $100,000 before tax a year, unless it's going to take quite some time, and particularly if they're not living with mum and dad, but they're in a rental, it's going to take them a significant piece of time to actually enter the market. So opportunities, some sort of changes there in relation to how they're able to come on board into housing. There might be some lower deposit barriers, and I think that's come into effect as well. Other opportunities include share equity schemes as well. So that'll be the key policy recommendations, some of which have already come into play to some degree, and but I think overwhelmingly the supply, the rezoning changes and the capacity, and that might be in relation to the availability of B&B and the terms and conditions available for that as well, and other factors that are really responsible to local councils, and they have their power to regulate all of that. Some sort of flow down from the federal government to local councils in terms of what's really needed here in their jurisdictions to assist those first home buyers and to increase the level of social and affordable housing through rezoning, etc. Yeah.
Thank you. That's quite helpful. And just obviously, it's touching back to the capital gains and negative gearing tax reforms that have now passed the Parliament. Do you have any reflections on what these changes will really mean to address the challenge of intergenerational housing inequity? And do you have any reflections on the huge amount of public commentary since the budget and since the budget measures have passed the Parliament?
Yeah, I can take that question. So I think that we really pleased to see that after our submission, we can see that the federal budget in May has now got a tax reform on the negative gearing and capital gain tax. I think that it is a huge one to support with the demand side, because it provides now the more equity, the more pathway for the housing for first home buyer. And I really want to see another thing, probably I put on top for the recommendation, key recommendation for the equity partnership, that now we got the government, the federal government got a bit of tax saving in terms of negative gearing and capital gain tax. And that is a good thing for first home buyer. We can use that to top up, to support the equity through the superannuation, because superannuation has been taxed at 15%. It currently by limit for 15,000 you can contribute per year. I would want to see that the government increase that limit for 15,000 a bit higher, because we got a saving from the negative gearing and capital gain tax, can support the first home buyer to have a higher deposit. Because as the evidence, we said it before, it will take about 10 years, more than 10 years, to have about 20% deposit. And 20% deposit on an average $1 million home now is $200,000. If we can say that, increase the limit from now $15,000 per year, to say that $15,000 to say $50,000 per year, and they can withdraw from their superannuation instead a cap of $50,000 per year. Now it's a cap. We can increase the cap to say a bit $200,000 per year, so that it would help the young people to have a better way to set there for the deposit, and it won't impact the budgets, the federal budgets, a lot, because it will be compensated by the saving we got from the negative gearing and capital gain tax.
And what about some of the public commentary that's been around about the capital gains and negative gearing changes? Have you got any thoughts about the way that the public commentary, in particular the traditional media, has sort of been covering the changes?
Yep, thank you for the question. Yeah, I do note that there's been an enormous amount of hype around that, and in fact, yesterday I was reading, there was several pieces of media which talked about that housing investors are doomed, and these tax concessions are going to be disastrous for the investment community and so on and that. But I think that it's a phased approach. It's not, they haven't abolished negative gearing totally. It's still available for newly constructed dwellings, and it's like anything. And there's other economic factors which have come into play that may have caused the dip in house prices in some areas in some cities. But no assets are a one-way street. It's not just going to keep going up, and we've seen that with gold and silver as well. But so I think that the media is and their viewpoints are overinflated, and I do think that the investment community will get used to these structural changes. It's just that and they should be thankful for the period of time within which they had the 50% CGT concessions from 1999, as well as the negative gearing elements there, which have enabled them in particular to deduct the interest expense and loan fees on any house or property that they've bought. That from an OEC perspective is a double whammy in terms of provision of benefits, and it's just provided an enormous amount of speculative investment, such that it was almost a case of a no-risk affair in terms of if you bought land and built, or if you bought a piece of an established property, you're going to make money with those sort of tax policy elements in place. So it's a phased approach, and the fact that and it's designed to increase housing supply, and I think that will also, from an investment perspective, the investment community are going to probably pursue, and in fact, if there's rezoning, increased rezoning capacity, they're going to pursue those newly constructed dwellings. That will increase the overall level of supply and diminish at least somewhat. We don't know to what capacity the catastrophic inequity that we do currently see in place. Yeah, thank you.
There's definitely been a bit of orchestrated rage and since the tax changes. And I might just read a headline from Domain on the 25th of July 26. This has later been edited and become a bit of a meme from my colleague Jerome Laxali, the member for Benelog. The headline was, "The worst I've seen it. Mid-century apartment sells for $785,000 as buyers evaporate." And then Jerome has since changed the headline to be, "The best I have seen it. Mid-century apartment sells to a couple buying their first home for $785,000 as investors evaporate." I think that's a really good way to sort of paint that we're getting people into homes to live in rather than homes to actually peddle wealth. So I just wanted to share that after your reflections, and I share a lot of those same thoughts. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have for this line.
Thanks, Senator Ligo, and I know we're out of time, but there are a lot of first home buyers who are writing those stories in the Fin and the financial press every day about the lamentable decline of $4,000 on average. It's so tiny in WA prices, for example. Absolute alarmism and unreflective of the millions of Australians who are feeling the crisis, whether they're renters or potential home buyers. Two quick things, and I know we're out of time. Your report talks about a double inequity. I want to return to the theme of intergenerational inequality and really just make sure we've got your clear perspective on that. You talk about a double inequality on page 8 of your submission. That is, young people are caught in a really different way to previous generations in extremely high rental moment, which is prolonged. It's not a short transition while you're at uni. It's actually, or studying vocational education or whatever, before it's prolonged, and it sucks the ability to save for that deposit, which is now extended to 10 to 12 years. So is that, have I understood your notion of a double inequality properly? My second point is in relation to the 10,000 properties in this state that are now in short-term rentals. That is really a big intergenerational shift, isn't it? That wasn't there when I was buying a home, that kind of sucking force of a new form of tenure, which is taking thousands of properties out of rentals. And we had so much powerful evidence in our opening sessions this morning about people with any kind of disability, for example, being at the bottom of the queue and facing incredible difficulty, compounded if you're First Nations, compounded if you're out in a region a long way from a city, blah, blah. So, you know, there are two intergenerational elements here that are really important, that double inequity and the really significant shift to short-term rentals. What's your view? Have I named those in your, and am I reflecting your view?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. And I think the key word there is uncertainty, or you know, the lack of certainty in respect to, if you're a first, say, within the 20 to say 40 year bracket, you suffer from, if you're caught up in short-term rental, that provides a high degree of uncertainty for you, not only in terms of, you know,
you're not talking holiday rental, you're talking about in rental generally.
That's right, yep. General rental. So you're caught up, well, you know, I'm only here for, and I may not even know for the next 2, 3, 5, 10 months, whatever. You may then, well, you know, I've got to consider a new rental, and that may take me further away from my place of employment. And it's that uncertainty which is a real drag in the investment mindset. And we do a lot of research around financing and investor behaviour, and that degree of uncertainty is a real impediment for investment by the younger generation. Okay, so that's somewhat negated if they've got a bank of mum and dad and they're living with mum and dad, or they're living in a longer term rental, but there is a lot less of that. That's a minority in essence. And so if you're in that age bracket and you're renting on a short-term basis, you don't have a bank of mum and dad, and perhaps you've also got a transitory nature of employment, so it might be short-term contracts, it might be part-time, and there's a lot more of that than perhaps, you know, when we first started off our employment days. So the combined effect of that uncertainty is a real drag. So whatever regulatory change I think that comes into play needs to enforce that degree of certainty for that younger generation so that they can reflect, and then they can have that time and capacity to go in and buy. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, and I appreciate that your submission does go to the insecurity in the labour market.
Yeah.
That is also intergenerationally different.
It is, yes.
From 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for your appearance today, and for all of your research and bringing your research to the parliamentary process. It is really appreciated. And if you are able to respond to any questions you've been asked within 2 weeks of receiving the Hansard transcript, we would really appreciate it.
Yep.
So
thank you very much, Chair and Senators. Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll briefly suspend as we reconfigure the desk. Thank you. So I now welcome Mr Jesse Noakes in person. Thank you so much for being here. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Jesse Noakes, and the founder of The Last Place on Earth.
Great, thank you. And I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of those remarks we will go to questions.
Thank you, thanks very much. And I'd just like to acknowledge I'm speaking on Noongar Budja and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I have prepared a short opening statement. It's probably a little bit longer than was requested, but I think it's important just to kind of give an account of what the reality on the ground here in Western Australia is. So I'm obviously happy to kind of to amend it as required. But I'd like to thank the committee for the invitation to appear in front of the inquiry into intergenerational housing inequity. I've not made a prior submission to this inquiry, but I am happy to table or to take on notice any material that may be of assistance to the committee. I run the new media platform, The Last Place on Earth, which I co-founded in 2024 and relaunched last year with a particular focus on stories about the housing crisis. The work I now do with The Last Place on Earth, however, is driven and underpinned by more than a decade working as a housing advocate and campaigner in Western Australia. So, for example, in February of this year, we broke a story about noise devices that were installed under a bridge not too far from here to deter homeless people from congregating. Those devices were removed within 24 hours of our story being published, and within 3 days a statewide ban had been issued on them by the West Australian government. But this wasn't the first time that the government had been forced to respond to media stories about homeless people under this bridge. I'll return to that in a moment, but by way of background, during the lockdowns at the start of the COVID pandemic, while other states got thousands of people off the streets and into temporary accommodation, the West Australian government notably did not. 20 people were placed into hotel accommodation for a 4-week trial that was then abandoned, as were the thousands of other people who were left out on the street by the WA government to fend for themselves as the COVID pandemic swept in. And I think it's fair to say that the sense of rage, frustration and fear that this abandonment engendered in that population left a legacy as long as COVID-19 in many cases. Later in the pandemic period, that same pattern repeated itself back under this bridge in question. As winter rolled in, dozens of people camped together at what became known as Tent City. Following escalating media attention and the emergence of other camps in Fremantle and at WA Parliament, the WA Labor government responded to political pressure by announcing new crisis accommodation in the Perth CBD, and at the 2021 budget they unveiled what they described as the biggest social housing investment in West Australian history, although, as we may uncover, the rollout of that investment has been rather more complicated than the multiple announcements about it. But this comes in the context of research from the University of Western Australia and the University of Notre Dame, which has shown that hundreds of people have died in Perth due to homelessness since the start of COVID, a rate of more than 1 death per week. I knew and worked alongside many of these people and their families who had been the victim of what is often referred to as deaths of despair. And I think the sort of the treatment they received from the government during that period and since provides some context in which that phenomenon should be viewed. As recently as February, for example, I interviewed a very sick elderly man who was couch surfing in Kalgoorlie while subsisting on an oxygen tank for severe emphysema. He passed away on the same mattress he was lying on while we interviewed him 9 days after we spoke, after he'd been waiting more than 3 years for public housing in that condition. There are two sides to the housing crisis in Western Australia. There's the reason that people are stuck on the streets indefinitely, which is an acute lack of social and affordable housing. And then there's the reasons that families end up homeless in the first case, which is very often being evicted from the homes they previously had. Too often in Western Australia, that's because they've been evicted by their own government from social housing, and still too often this happens for no reason, with no defence available to them and no chance to address any issues at the tenancy. Now, the West Australian Housing Minister loves to repeat the line that tenants only get evicted if a magistrate finds that they've breached the tenancy agreement. This is a lie. This is not true. I cannot stress this enough. The Housing Minister is lying when he says this. Western Australia currently remains the only state in the country that still has no grounds evictions on its rental laws, and the Housing Minister himself has been very keen to use it on his own public housing tenants. In fact, in the first 8 years of this current Labor government, as many as 1,300 families, 1,300 families, were evicted from public housing without grounds. The toll this takes on children is even more acute. Every year, Western Australia evicts 5 times more children into homelessness from public housing than New South Wales on a per capita basis. So in the 6 years after WA Labor took office in 2017, more than 3,000 children were evicted from public housing into homelessness, and I've provided for the committee a dissertation that delves into this data, which is mainly drawn from questions on notice in Parliament in far greater detail. More than half of all these evictions happen to First Nations families, and when you make a family homeless without a chance to defend themselves, to address any issues, or even to understand if they've done anything wrong, everyone loses. Kids lose education, families are put in danger, community health suffers, and people die, particularly young children and the elderly. And this is where it becomes an issue of intergenerational inequity. Public housing evictions have been described as a pipeline to prison and the justice system for young people. By way of example again, earlier this year I worked with the family of a young woman who was evicted from public housing just before she gave birth. She died of sepsis 2 weeks after giving birth to her baby daughter while she was still homeless on the street. Now, what chance of intergenerational equity does this baby have? What chance did her mother have? These evictions are a life sentence. They remove any stability, any security and any safety from families. They remove any hope of education, of healthcare or a happy childhood from young children, and instead they condemn them to what one long-time client and friend of mine described as the repeat cycle of homelessness, child removal and incarceration. If we want to break that cycle, stable, secure housing has to be the foundation of any attempt to heal for these families. And evicting families from the only home they have into prolonged homelessness, and that's a guarantee, with no prospect of new housing for years, places unimaginable stress on these families and often breaks them. And that then becomes everyone's problem and incidentally costs the government far more money to fix after the fact. It is worth noting that in June this year, the WA government announced they would finally abolish no grounds evictions from WA rental laws. That hasn't happened yet. Families continue to face eviction in the meantime, including from social housing. And I will just briefly make a quick mention of community housing providers as well, because I think it's important to note this as well. Increasingly, the provision of state housing is being privatised and outsourced to large housing providers. Unfortunately, the service they deliver is often even more problematic than the state governments, with less accountability and transparency. In January of this year, we revealed the rate of eviction from community housing in Western Australia is 5 times higher than from government housing. I just want to state that again. The rate of eviction from community housing in Western Australia is 5 times higher than from government housing, which, as we've seen, already has a problematic rate of eviction. The clearest example of this phenomenon is the story that went with that of a mother of 2 teenage daughters who sustained horrific assault during a home invasion in a previous tenancy, who was nonetheless evicted by her landlord, Foundation Housing, despite their full knowledge of that attack and its traumatic aftermath, because they had been the landlord of that previous tenancy who then moved her to the current one. Foundation Housing receives millions of dollars every year in federal Foundation Housing receives millions of dollars every year in federal funding from the Albanese government. Now, because this mother was unable to work due to the PTSD and other medical conditions arising from that assault, they choose to evict. Foundation Housing chose to evict this highly vulnerable family after the mother fell behind on rent, despite the fact that she fully repaid that rental debt prior to the eviction. Fortunately, she had support, and working with the Renters and Housing Union and others, including some in this room, we coordinated an eviction picket that held the bailiff from the door for long enough to get her case to the Supreme Court for appeal, where it currently remains. The Renters and Housing Union issued the following statement to the last place on earth at the conclusion of the picket. Foundation Housing and the state government presumably expected no resistance to the wrongful eviction. Let this be a warning to all tenants. Let this be a warning to all landlords that try to screw tenants. We will stand together, we will fight, and we will win. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noakes. That was a very disturbing opening statement, and you bring to our attention the really crisis consequences for individuals, including loss of life in appalling circumstances.
And it runs through many generations of the same family.
It's very salient that you point to the intergenerational consequences for those who are born on the street into such devastating situations. Do you want to make any comment about the wait lists in Western Australia and the kind of size of the issue that you are addressing?
Yeah, I mean, simply to point out the basic fact that they continue to increase year on year. There was when this current WA Labor government took office in 2017, the waitlist was actually reducing. It was dropping year on year after there had been a significant sort of build enacted in the sort of final years of the previous government. However, under the former Premier, Mark McGowan, the former Labor leader, there was an unfortunate loss of public housing. Some 1,500 public housing properties were lost in the first 4 years of this. Sold, destroyed, knocked over. There was a tower of sort of some 300 public houses in Bentley that was just knocked over and never replaced. There's also a phenomenon of large numbers of vacant public housing, which we can get to presently, perhaps. But I think it's worth noting that that first 4 years of this Labor government set us back significantly. And so, in spite of this largest single investment that has been trumpeted into public housing, in the last 4 years, they're really playing catch-up. So they're starting from a base where public housing dropped precipitously during the first 4 years, and since then it's been a process of trying to catch up. Now they are, I believe, slightly above where they started, but not by much, and obviously in the context of an increasing population, increasing cost of living pressures, increasing pressure across the board with rents skyrocketing dramatically. More and more people are relying on the basic provision of public housing, so the demand has increased significantly and the supply has barely retained parity, has barely kind of kept level with where it was at the outset.
The evidence you're giving is, to reinforce, I'm recollecting Danielle Wood from the Productivity Commissioner, who told us in her evidence in Melbourne that in the last year for which full data was available, the number of net new increases in public housing across our country was 57.
Yeah.
So in a state like South Australia, we had negative for many years, knocking them over, poorly maintained.
Yeah.
And of course, we are eliminating very large numbers of public housing in Victoria and New South Wales.
Yeah, I think it's worth also noting that WA Labor at least has in its policy platform, or had for many years, it may have disappeared, but it was there last time I checked, a commitment to increasing the overall supply of public housing to something like, I believe it was 10% at one point, somewhere between 6 and 10% of the total housing stock in the state being provided by the government. They haven't got close to that. I mean, in previous years, obviously, in previous generations, people grew up in a society where some 15 or so % of the overall housing stock consisted of public housing. That's now less than 4%. In Western Australia, it's significantly less than 4%.
So what's your recommendation on that front for us to consider? We've had a number of people go to that 4% or under 4% and say, we've heard evidence here this morning, we need a long-term plan across levels of government of a direct spend into public housing. What's your thinking about that?
Precisely that, I would say. I mean, I do think that in response to significant political pressure and public pressure, the Western Australian government has done more than it was doing previously, as I say. Unfortunately, as I've outlined, the demand line is going up at a precipitous rate, and supply is clearly not meeting it. The WA government like to claim that they're pulling every lever in their bid to increase housing supply. That's clearly not happening either. I mean, the one thing, there are circumstances clearly that are to some extent beyond the immediate control of the government, such as, global supply chains, such as the availability of labour, etc. The one thing that they can control is how much money they're investing in the provision of government housing to the people who most need it, which obviously then removes the pressure from the rest of the population, from cohorts that are possibly slightly less close to, outright homelessness, but nonetheless are still labouring under dramatically increased rents, evictions happening as a result of that, and all the pressures that accompany that. So I think there's clearly a need for a federal program of significantly increased public housing provision, and also for the federal government, when it's striking agreements with the states around funding, state and federal funding for public housing, to make very clear their expectations or the preconditions that the states invest and increase their investment in public housing provision as a precondition of that funding arriving.
So I'll come to you, Senator Steele-John, in a minute. Just last thing I wanted to ask you about, we've spent a lot of time in this inquiry looking at the dreadful circumstances, the shift intergenerationally, and the dimensions and nature of the crisis, and you have provided very eloquent evidence on that this morning. There are winners here. Who are the winners, and how are they impacting the response? How do you see that set of winners? Who do you see in that category?
I mean,
people who've done well out of the crisis.
Clearly, and I mean, I think this
or organisations that have done
the dynamic has been well documented. I think, yeah, an organisation certainly. I mean, clearly, private investors and property developers are doing very well out of the current circumstances, and I think a large part of the government's response, unfortunately, is geared towards ensuring that they continue to do well, and that underpins the inefficacy of some of the levers that are being pulled, and leads to sort of unfortunate corollaries such as large land clearance happening well away from services and outside kind of pre-existing communities to create housing that in practice is often snapped up by property investors regardless, doesn't meet the immediate needs of families and communities where they are, and results in kind of other social issues that sort of that multiply and exacerbate the current crisis. I mean, I have to say, I think another group that is doing relatively well out of some of this is the community housing sector, due to this outsourcing of what was originally and fundamentally a responsibility of the state, which is to provide the basic human right, the basic safety net of safe, secure housing for families who can't find it in the private rental market for whatever reason. That is increasingly being outsourced to large organisations who receive large quantities of funding. Some of these organisations are billion-dollar entities. And I think that with that transition of government responsibility to the semi-private or privatised or NGO sector, there is sort of a loosening of that safety net. Effectively,
do you agree they are not for profit? You haven't used that language in your description of them.
I mean, I believe that's the terminology that's used. Look, I mean, there's clearly need for these providers to exist, and certainly that exists both at the level of housing provision and at the level of homeless service provision. I think that's true. I think it's also true that the larger these organisations get, the further they can sometimes stray from the people they're actually, created to support.
And Shelter WA this morning appeared and endorsed the growth in housing through housing providers, like community housing providers through the HAF. Do you think some of the concerns you've raised in your opening statement could be addressed by requiring anyone who receives support of this form meeting protocols about treatment of tenants, or how do we deal with the things you're talking about?
I think precisely that. I think there clearly needs to be a diversified range of solutions to this acute housing crisis, and that non-for-profits can provide one part of that response. It shouldn't be a way for the government to offload or handball or wash their hands of their responsibilities. And with those responsibilities, I think, come necessary expectations, as you've outlined, that anyone who is stepping in to provide the provision of social housing meets certain requirements in order to be granted the opportunity to do so, because it is an opportunity. It's an industry that evolves around this, and I think it's imperative that they meet the same standards that we would expect of the government. It's imperative the government meets those standards. It's imperative that anyone acting in the place of government also meets those standards. And before more funding is provided, there ought to be a thorough audit, not of the finances, but of the sort of the social responsibility, I suppose, and the
behaviour.
Yeah, precisely, and to ensure that it becomes not a case of asset management, but a case of ensuring that human needs are being met, and that tenancy support exists in the cases where it's needed, for example, rather than a system where people are shuttled out the door onto the streets instead of providing the supports they require.
Thank you. Senator Steele-Johns, thanks for your answers.
Thanks very much, Chair. First of all, thank you, Mr Notes, for what you and your platform have done in this space in WA. I think it's indisputable that because of your work, there's a greater understanding in the community about what the day-to-day lived experiences are of some of the people in our WA community that otherwise often go completely untalked about, unengaged with by the media. So thank you for that. I want to take you to your opening statement, if that's all right. And I'm conscious that we have a process as a Senate committee of something called adverse comment. So if somebody believes they've been adversely reflected on, they can provide additional clarifying information to the committee, and probably, given your observations in relation to the Housing Minister's statements, I suspect he will avail himself of that process. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to expand for us on what you're actually calling out there, what the dynamic is, because that will kind of help us understand both what you've shared with us and then manage the adverse comment process. So can you step it through for us? What does the Minister say? What does the process actually look like in WA for no-fault evictions at the moment?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think it's firstly worth noting that this may come as some surprise to the general observer to learn that the West Australian government themselves are continuing to use these no-fault or no grounds or no reason evictions on public housing tenants, who obviously by definition are some of the most vulnerable families in the state. I think the West Australian government has sought to avoid scrutiny as much as possible and to minimise the exposure of this fact. And as part of that process, when these stories are brought to light through our platform, through mainstream media, wherever, there's obviously a lengthy process that the government will engage in. This consists both of on-the-record comments and also of extensive backgrounding against these families and these tenants. So if a story is brought to, say, the ABC, there will inevitably be a process whereby the department and the Housing Minister's office seeks to undermine, to minimise the extremity of the situation these families face. Oftentimes, these stories will involve evictions from public housing, and often it will be an eviction where there's no reason presented to the tenant for the decision to evict them. Precisely. It happens under two sections of the existing Residential Tenancies Act, which, as I mentioned in my opening, the government has undertaken to reform. So hopefully this will soon become a thing of the past, but nonetheless it has been for many years a phenomenon that's taken a devastating toll on families. They'll be evicted, oftentimes in public housing, it's at the end of a short fixed term tenancy, that they are then served notice that that tenancy is over. They're given no reason for that having occurred. There's no legal recourse that they have, because while they still proceed to the courts, when a magistrate is served one of these, when a tenant is served one of these no-ground terminations, they can take that to court. That matter can be heard in front of a magistrate, but the magistrate, under the existing legislation, has no choice, provided the paperwork's in order, but to evict them into homelessness with their families. Right. Now, the mere fact this proceeds before the court is often held up by the government, by the Housing Minister, as an example of due process, of procedural fairness. In fact, it's nothing but, and a challenge that went to the Supreme Court of one of these very evictions recently drew the response from the Supreme Court judge that procedural fairness had not been granted. However, under the existing legislation, the Housing Authority is not required to provide procedural fairness. But to return to the point I made in my opening about the Housing Minister's public comments, it's been a stock statement for many years when these cases have been raised that the Housing Minister will insist that the Housing Authority, that his department does not evict tenants, only a magistrate evicts tenants, and that only happens in circumstances where there has been a breach of the tenancy that has not been remedied, such as to justify eviction in all the circumstances. And it's that latter point that is particularly pernicious, I think, and really deserves to be brought out, and I'm glad there's an opportunity to do so. It is simply not the case when the Housing Minister states, and has stated publicly on the record many times, that a family is only evicted from public housing when there has been a breach of the tenancy agreement that has not been remedied. It's not the case. Yeah. There's nothing in the Act that requires that, because by virtues of Section 64 and Section 72 of the WA Residential Tenancies Act, any landlord, including, crucially, the state government, can evict a tenant without providing a reason. and they habitually do so. As I say, over the course of the last 8 years of this Labor government, 1,300 tenancies may have been terminated in this way. The precise figures haven't been released by the government. They refuse to do so, perhaps, again, because they don't wish to draw attention to this fact. But it's happening. It's happening far too often, and it's still happening to hundreds of families every single year in Western Australia.
Thank you for that clarification. And in terms of the piece around the involvement of a magistrate, what you seem to be saying is that while procedurally it does go before a magistrate, the magistrate is bound by the law to uphold the state's eviction request. Is that correct?
Precisely. I mean, I can give a very, very clear illustration of this. Part of my work as a housing advocate has involved, over the years, representing hundreds of families through this process in the courts. In fact, the Perth Central Law Courts are just over the road from where we're sitting this morning. The first time, I mean, I've been there hundreds of times, as I say, in a variety of roles, but crucially, the cases that are the most serious and significant are evictions from public housing. The first one of those I ever appeared in, the first time I ever walked into the courts just over the road, involved an elderly Aboriginal man who was facing eviction from his public housing tenancy in one of these no grounds evictions. We appeared before the magistrate 3 times. The magistrate made it clear on each occasion he did not believe the eviction was justified, and yet he made it very clear he had no choice but to issue a termination, an order for eviction under the Act, because there's no remedy, there's no recourse, there's no defence. We were unable, despite the fact that this elderly single man who was very sick told me after the final hearing that he was going to go and sleep in a park. Despite trying to put that evidence before a court, we were told it's not relevant. The legislation does not permit that surrounding evidence to be considered by a judge, and that is why when the government claims that a magistrate only evicts, that only a magistrate evicts and only does so in circumstances where there's a reason to, I mean, it's just not the case.
Not the case. Thank you for clarifying that. Another thing that we see quite a lot in this discussion in our community, in terms of the commentary from the West Australian and others, is a dehumanisation of people in this situation. Could you give us an example that you think would be an appropriate one to share, de-identified, of what the people that are experiencing this are actually experiencing at the time, and what in your experience of working with these communities is the actual kind of trigger and motivator behind the process? Because there's a view that is put out there that, oh well, if you've been evicted, you must have done something. Maybe you haven't technically, etc. But there's a lot of effort put in by the state government and others to kind of cast a general net of aspersion. So could you kind of try to bust that for us and give us the humanity of the people affected?
Yeah, I mean, I think I can bring the committee's attention back to a case I referred to briefly in my opening, which I've also written about for the Last Place on Earth website. I provided a copy of that article to the committee. I believe it was fairly small in the PDF form, so I can provide kind of a digital version. But that involved a case involving a single mother of 2 children. That family had previously lived, and that this was a community housing, not a public housing tenancy, but a social housing tenancy, sort of a property owned by the government but leased out to a community housing provider and rented, in this case, to a mother of 2 teenage daughters. They had experienced a very, very, a truly horrific assault in a previous property owned by the same or run by the same community housing provider, and had then been transferred to this new property as a result of what was essentially a violent home invasion. The mother developed significant medical and mental health conditions, including post-traumatic stress disorder, despite holding a good job, a government job. In fact, she was unable to work for a period. She accrued some rental arrears at the property. However, in spite of being unable to work and having this rental debt, she, by virtue of a compensation payment, which may be seen to testify to the sort of the severity of the impact of the incidents in question, she received a compensation payment and used that to repay the rental debt at the property. However, she was still moved through this process of termination and eviction. In her case, it was it was a debt that had accrued over a period of 2 or 3 months. She's then taken through the court process. It reaches a magistrate. And what's interesting here is that she had multiple hearings before a judge, and subsequently, when this case was made public, there was some commentary from, in fact, the housing minister to the effect of, she's been before a magistrate 3 times. There's clearly been a due process here. The first hearing, she was 5 minutes late to the hearing due to confusion about the start time, and the transcript of that hearing runs to half a page. It was over in less than a minute. Essentially, the magistrate said, and I beg your pardon, it wasn't even a magistrate, it was a registrar, someone who doesn't actually hold necessarily a law degree but sort of sits in preliminary hearings. The registrar said to the landlord, I see you've got an order here, what are you asking for? The landlord, Foundation Housing, said we want termination and vacant possession. The registrar said, all right, how long? They said 7 days. Order granted. That's a family being kicked out onto the street. A traumatised mother, 2 vulnerable teenage daughters being told they're going to be homeless. She appealed that. It went back to court 2 weeks later. She was told in a slightly longer hearing, you filed the wrong form. I can't hear this in front of the magistrate. You've got to file a fresh form. Again, this is a person who is, intelligent and educated, but navigating significant complex issues here. It then comes back a 3rd time before a magistrate, and finally she is told, okay, we can hear this case. However, she was given sort of no opportunity to, at this stage, the termination was already in process. She's representing herself. There is no avenue for her to sort of to seek representation from a lawyer, and the hearing is over within the space of 5 or 10 minutes. She's told she has to leave. What's disturbing though about this is that once this case was brought to light, and it is, as I say, currently now before the Supreme Court on appeal of the decision that was ultimately made by the magistrate. What's disturbing is that this case was brought to light. It received some media attention. There was, a sort of a picket line that was established to try and hold a bailiff off for long enough to get this matter to court. In the midst of this, the housing minister and the CEO of the community housing provider meet at the government's offices in West Perth and then address a press conference, in the course of which the housing minister makes several public allegations about the conduct and treatment of this tenant, without making any reference to the circumstances or the background of which he, I might add, had been made aware in correspondence prior to making these statements. Made allegations about the treatment, the interactions between the landlord and the tenant, which the tenant subsequently sort of said were unfounded. Made allegations about the rent that was owed. And I think it's the stigmatisation of people in extremely trying and difficult circumstances who've sustained, domestic violence, are living very precarious existences, doing what they can to continue providing safe, secure, stable housing for their families, to be vilified, I suppose, by the person who ultimately is the arbiter of whether they are, enduring homelessness or have somewhere to live. Speaks, I think, to the forces that can sometimes be marshalled against these tenants, which often, as I say, come from within government at the highest levels themselves. I mean, there are other cases I could recount about 3 sisters I worked with some years ago, one of whom was evicted.
Just conscious of time. I'm
sure.
sorry.
No, please.
Senator Delega. Have you got any further?
No, I'll leave it there.
I'm sorry to interrupt
No,
you,
please,
but our
please.
time is...
Yep.
Senator Delega, do you have questions? Please feel free to go now.
I don't have questions. Thank you, Chair.
So can I just ask you, can I come in then? I know our time is almost done, but I want to come back to the structural... You're describing these micro-human experiences which are extremely alarming, and you're telling the story as you have experienced it with the individuals concerned. What about the structural... I mean, we're in it's National Homelessness Week. There's a lot of conversation about homelessness. We're seeing an increase everywhere, including in Perth. How do you see the structural challenge we're in, and what are the solutions? We've talked about protocols for community housing providers. Clearly, accountability of government officials and ministers is important. How do you see the solutions around homelessness? Is it about greater investment in homelessness services, and what are you proposing, or do you think we should think about?
I mean, I think the solutions are well known. There are housing first principles that have been developed internationally. There are homelessness strategies at most levels of government, including at the state government level here. I think there's a big difference, obviously, between words on paper and action on the ground. And I think ultimately, when it comes to sort of the federal government and what can be done at a federal level, a lot of it is about holding the sort of the secondary levels of government to account and ensuring that, because ultimately the federal government's power comes in the budget and the finances that the funding that it commands and controls. And I think attaching very strict expectations and conditions around the delivery of that funding. The funding is critical, clearly, to homelessness services, to housing providers, to public housing delivered through state governments or through partnerships between state governments and private developers or whatever the arrangements may be. But they must come with an understanding that enshrines the rights of the human beings, the families, the tenants, the people living in this housing, to ensure that when people are in housing, that they have the supports they need to stay in that housing rather than facing, eviction into homelessness, that ensures that legal provisions, that legislation, that the laws that exist at a state level meet national and international expectations and obligations around questions such as procedural fairness for tenants, for example, to ensure that people have a right to understand the evidence that's put against them and to respond to it before facing termination of their tenancies, and to ensure that the provision of homelessness services actually responds to the needs as identified and articulated by the people who are receiving those services, so that it's not a case of sort of creating industries or doing economic development, but actually meeting the needs of people where it is, and that requires understanding what those needs are. I think there are a wide range of fantastic services that are doing very, very important work, and they need to be appropriately funded.
Yeah. We visited one of them yesterday, a new facility, Wincar, of transitional opportunity, a beautiful facility just beginning to take people in. And the question of scale is what I think we came away thinking about. How do we make this, really world-class looking trauma-informed design work at a scale which meets the crisis in domestic and family violence and homelessness? And that's what you're pointing to. What's your view? We've had evidence that the WA government have signed up now to the no-cause eviction provisions. What's your assessment of that?
I think it's long overdue.
And is it happening? Like you've pointed to a lot of cases where it's not happening.
Well, it's not happened yet.
Yeah.
So the cases that I'm referring to are continuing to work through the courts and the departmental processes as per the existing legislation. I think the announcements that have been made by the WA government indicate that they have responded to the public outcry about some of those cases, I think, and provided that what has been announced is enacted and delivered in full, I think we'll see, hopefully, a significant improvement in some of the situations that I've described and that they won't arise in the first place. I think given we have situations where families who are being evicted are then forced to go and live with other family members because, what else are they to do, which then puts additional pressure on those tenants. So you have this phenomenon of compound, of a cascading snowball of evictions that can run through entire families and communities. The case I was going to point to briefly was 3 sisters, each of whom had between 3 and 5 children, each of whom progressively were evicted over the course of 2 years because one sister who was in a domestic violence relationship was evicted due to the consequences of that domestic violence. She then moved in with another sister, the same situation arose again, and you're left finally with, the last one standing, and it's literally 3 strikes and you're out. That's kind of 13 kids out on the street by the end of that process. So hopefully, if the government does what it said it's going to do, we won't have situations like that, and we'll actually have a situation where children and families have greater security, greater stability, and can start to rebuild and repair some of these fractures, which is obviously an outcome that the whole community will benefit from.
A final thing from me. what's your view about rental increases and capping rents in the private rental market? Have you got a position or thoughts about that?
I think in a context where in the last 5 years the rents in Perth have increased 75% over 5 years, clearly something more needs to be done, and I think capping rents is a very good place to start. I noted the comments from Senator Pocock this morning, I believe, about falling house prices, being in the interests of Australia, being in the national interest. I think clearly the same applies not just to private property, but also to rental properties. And I think whatever it takes to bring rental prices down to restore some order of sanity and stability to the rental market need to be considered, to be tried, because the consequences, again, this is not just something that affects renters. When people can't, there's just a cascading series of consequences that affects every single aspect of society, and has done significant damage to our community at a basic level of sort of social fabric, I think, in recent years.
Well, thank you so much, Mr Noakes, for your evidence and for your work in bringing into public view what's really going on. I think many Western Australians would be shocked and horrified about what's going on for members of their community and would want it to be different. So I appreciate your work and for your appearance. And if you've undertaken to give us any more, including the article you referred to, we'd like to receive it within 2 weeks of you getting the Hansard transcript.
Certainly.
So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Everybody.
Thanks, Senators.
We will now adjourn, take a break. Suspend is the proper language. I should know it by now. I had the right page in front of me. Great. Welcome. I now welcome representatives from the Youth Affairs Council of Western Australia in person. Thank you so much all for being here. You are very welcome here. And we're looking forward to your evidence. And the Perth Inner City Youth Service in person. Thank you. I understand that information about parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Is that right? Yep. Thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And perhaps we could start with you, Ms. Caterer.
Kai Caterer. I work at the Youth Affairs Council of WA on YHAC as a lived experience facilitator and advocate.
My name is Caitlin Honick. I also work for the Youth Affairs Council of WA, and I am here as a lived experience facilitator as well.
Katie Berry, Advocacy and Engagement Manager of Youth Affairs Council of WA.
Joanna Harper, Chief Executive Officer at the Perth Inner City Youth Service.
Great, thank you. And I now invite each organisation to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, we'll proceed to questions.
Sure, thank you so much for having us today.
Just before you begin,
yes.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but we have got a camera in the room from SBS with a view to a documentary. Does anyone have any concerns about filming in the room? You comfortable, Josh? You'll be visible, yes. Everyone else comfortable? Anyone in the audience who has a concern? No. Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Berry.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you for inviting us along. It's such an important topic. I want to start by acknowledging that we're meeting today on Wajak Noongar Budja. I think it's really important to pay respect to the land that we're on. So we're here, Caitlin, Kaya and I are here to represent the Youth Affairs Council of WA. So we are the peak body for young people and the youth sector in Western Australia, representing young people aged 12 to 25 as well as the youth sector. So Caitlin and Kaya will speak to their lived experience and their living experience, whereas I'll speak to the broader issues facing young people. So young people who are aged 12 to 24 make up over 20% of WA's homelessness population. We have handed out our Ending Child and Youth Homelessness pre-budget submission that has a range of additional stats that you can have a look at as well. So we know that wealth inequality and poverty are not unique to young people, but they are far more pronounced for younger generations, and they impact some cohorts such as LGBTQIA plus young people and First Nations young people disproportionately. Poverty, family and intimate partner violence and adverse childhood experiences are key drivers of housing insecurity and homelessness. This impacts families and adults, as well as children and young people. And as this inquiry has heard previously, for those young people who don't have financial support from family or those who have been in care, the ability to afford secure housing is significantly diminished. Intragenerational inequity impacts everyone, but it is compounded for young people. This inequity has narrowed housing security across the spectrum, as renting, home ownership and even social and affordable housing are out of reach for young people, with many believing that they will never own a home, no matter how hard they work. Despite recent efforts, we've seen federal reforms which often further wealth inequity between generations. The federal government and Australia as a nation needs to treat housing as a human right and as the essential infrastructure that it is, not just as a vehicle for wealth creation. We urgently need a Housing First for Youth system and early intervention support, which is outlined further in the Housing First for Youth report, which we've provided. We also need changes to income support and the Centrelink age of independence, and changes to income limits for those who are in social and affordable housing. This work needs to be done with those who have lived and living experience to ensure that interventions meet the needs of those they are targeting. So Caitlin and Kaya will now speak about their lived and living experience, and they will take questions, and I just ask that we all remain mindful of their lived experience throughout the questions.
Thanks, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Katie. The scale of prevention and intervention must match the scale of the forces that are driving children and young people into homelessness. I experienced homelessness from the age of 11 following family and domestic violence with trauma and complex mental health impacts. By that time, I disengaged from school and was too young to legally work. This meant that I would not have met the education or employment requirements attached to a youth FOIA model. Although FOIAs are valuable, they're too often presented as the solution to youth homelessness when their requirements can exclude young people with the most complex circumstances. There was no housing and support response designed for an unaccompanied child of my age or circumstances, and by the time I became eligible for assistance, I'd already been homeless for a few years. Children in similar circumstances continue to face the same gap today. In Western Australia, we know that 830 children, young people, are presenting alone and assisted by homelessness services on any average day. And even that figure cannot capture the full scale of the issue, particularly children who are couch surfing or are disconnected from using services. This is why governments need to make substantial investment in Housing First for Youth to provide young people with safe, age-appropriate housing without asking them to first provide and prove their stability. And these models must be independently co-designed by and for the young people that they serve, with independent lived experience expertise embedded in their design and delivery. We also need a dedicated early intervention fund and mandatory training for first-to-know adults to identify and respond to warning signs. Children should be supported before homelessness becomes chronic, because the longer a child is left to navigate homelessness, the further the consequences reach into their education, health, relationships and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Thanks, Kate. Young people aged 12 to 24 make up over 20% of WA's homelessness population, yet receive under 3% of social housing allocations. In Perth, youth homelessness has risen over 32% in the past decade, while rent has increased over 50% since 2020.
Can I just ask you to repeat those numbers again? They're a lot to absorb.
Oh,
just say it again.
Yeah, so young people aged 12 to 24 make over 20% of WA's homelessness population, yet we receive 3% of social housing allocations.
Thank you.
In Perth, youth homelessness has risen 32% in the past decade, while rent has increased 50% since 2020. The system is not designed to meet youth demand. Short-term responses to crisis beds, transitional housing, do not reduce homelessness. International evaluations show that Housing First for Youth significantly improves housing stability, mental health, and education outcomes when young people receive immediate access to permanent housing with long-term support. If this was around when I was 13, this would have saved me 11 years of homelessness and given me stability from the get-go. WA urgently needs a dedicated youth housing strategy, youth-specific social housing allocations, youth purpose-built youth housing, Aboriginal-led housing, and long-term funding cycles for housing. The evidence is clear and the policy failures are clear. We are missing implementation. WA urgently needs legislations, youth-specific housing first models. Young people placed in adult housing first programs do not thrive. I am living this reality now. Mixing with adults and young people does not create a safe or harmonious living environment. Youth require youth housing designed for their development, safety and well-being. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Kaya. Ms. Harper.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Harper and I am representing Perth Inner City Youth Service. PICYS is a for-purpose, non-government organisation operating since 1982. We work alongside some of the most vulnerable young people in our community, many of whom are experiencing homelessness, mental health challenges, housing instability, intergenerational trauma, poverty, family and domestic violence, isolation, and significant social disadvantage. For many of the young people we support, the challenges did not begin with them. They are living with the impacts of intergenerational trauma, poverty, family violence, child protection involvement, and systemic barriers that have persisted across generations. When housing is unaffordable or unavailable, they are the first to feel it. We see young people forced to couch surf, move between temporary accommodation, remain in unsafe homes, or experience periods of homelessness. Without stable housing, it becomes incredibly difficult to stay in education, maintain employment, access healthcare, or build healthy relationships. Housing is not simply a roof over someone's head. It is the foundation upon which safety, well-being, and opportunity are built. So this is not just about supply and demand. This is about equity. Many of these young people have experienced significant adversity from an early age and do not have family resources, financial support, or social networks that others can rely on. There is no pathway for young people, let alone disadvantaged young people, to get into the market or stay in the market. The young people we work with are competing in a housing market already out of reach, while carrying the additional burden of trauma and disadvantage. And when housing stays inaccessible, that cycle of disadvantage continues and deepens. I want to touch on youth allowance. Katie has already touched on that a little bit. The current rates do leave many young people unable to meet rising housing costs and costs of living, and this directly increases their risk of housing insecurity and homelessness. I want to share a few data points with you, which are actually part of the pre-budget submission document that Yakwa has shared, and these are alarming. On average, one young person experiencing homelessness dies every 6 days in Australia. On average in WA, we've got around 69 young people on our streets competing for just 1.83 available crisis beds in total. Now, these beds include adult beds as well. At Pickies, we see around 77% of the young people that we work with are from LGBTQA+ community, and I must touch on this point as well. One of the major issues of youth homelessness is family rejection and discrimination for this community. For many people, coming out and expressing who they are and their identity leads to very unsafe home environments, emotional abuse, in some cases being forced out. The trauma of this leaves them homeless with little support or safety net. Early intervention must include targeted strategies that address these unique vulnerabilities, such as culturally safe, trauma-informed services that acknowledge the role of identity-based discrimination in driving homelessness. We know that homelessness costs more than long-term unemployment, and again, the figures are shared in the PBS. And I want to finish to say that the right intervention, such as safe, not just safe, but long-term and stable housing, the right case management, wraparound support, and accessible services can be a true turning point between chronic homelessness and becoming an independent adult. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for bringing into this room the experience over many years of living in homelessness and using services such as they are and having reflections on what's needed and for your advocacy and bringing also those data points, as you put it, to us. And I'm sitting here and I was thinking, what if you had control of the media for a day? Out there, the media is talking today. We were just asked about it at a press conference about falling house prices. You know, it's the big drama. There's a lot of attention on the fact that house prices in Perth, which have risen by, you know, the national average is 400% since before you were born, but late 1990s, massive increase. And they're just coming off a little. If you look at the picture, it's like that, all the way up and then tiny. So 4,004 on $1 million house is what we're looking at in Perth. And that's the obsession out there, and it's a disaster. It's a drama. It's going to undermine our economy. If you were writing those stories, what would you be saying to the readers about what we need to do? I mean, I think you might start by saying less drama about something which most young people have got no chance of achieving, and more attention to the things you're telling us about. Please tell us what you think.
I think that if the people or communities knew about, I guess, the reality that some young people and children under 18 are facing, then they wouldn't care so much about the grabby headline of house prices falling. I think the tricky part is that for, I guess, the media to take on this kind of story, there needs to be a lot of supporting evidence for the story and data. So, yeah, a difficult point in I guess this issue is that it's quite invisible and the data's hard to gather. Young people are hiding and they're couch surfing, and yeah, they're really not, I guess, super obvious about being homeless. So I think if people knew the truth behind those figures and knew that actually it's quite a lot of children and young people that are going without, then that would be a better story for people to know and learn from.
Yeah.
I think that's your headline, if people knew the truth
Next
for your story.
generation born into poverty.
Sorry?
Our next generation is being born into poverty. Like, what are we going to do for our children, you know? I don't want to raise children in this country when everything's going to bad, you know?
I think you said, Kaya, that we know what the issues are here, but we aren't doing what we know we need to do, and I think that I hear that from all of you, really. Why? And that would save money if we actually did it. It's more expensive to support someone in homelessness than to actually have them supported to participate in every way they want to in our community.
It's so cheaper for early intervention. We see the statistics on how much we're saving when early intervention is in place.
And just before we go back to sort of systems and organisations, I wanted to ask what your reflections are about what would be different for you if you had got the intervention at 11 or 11 years ago, I think you said, in your lives. What would be different? Have you considered that issue?
A lot. I could have bought a house. I could have had a job for 11 years. I wouldn't have all the trauma that carries every day that I have to deal with every day. There is, I could give you like a big book of things that I could have achieved in this time, but sadly I didn't. But, you know, it gives me a purpose on why I'm here today, you know, being able to change the future for other people experiencing what I'm experienced.
Great, yeah.
Well, I received early intervention when I was 15 years old, and that was after a few years of being homeless. And even at that point, after experiencing quite a lot of trauma and quite a lot of, I guess, complex situations around being homeless, like I'd left school and I was not very connected with my family or friends. Even at that point, when I was 15 years old, getting early intervention saved my life. I would have died without early intervention. It meant that I could go back to school. It was difficult and I couldn't have done it without support. Young people need the support in order to recover from homelessness. But with that support, I was able to go back to school and catch up with my peers and reach a point where I felt that, I guess, my potential hadn't been completely wasted. Had I got that early intervention when I was 11 years old, when I'd first experienced homelessness, that would have made a much bigger difference. It would have eliminated the need for me to ever catch up to my peers because I wouldn't have fallen behind so much. It would have kept me involved in school. It would have kept me connected socially, and that is really important because the things that I guess fall off and that young people miss out on when they become homeless, and it's very quickly, like within a month of being homelessness, losing your social networks can be really dangerous and really isolating because once you are out of school, then the sort of first to know adults in your life who have a duty of care over you, they can't help you. And yeah, so it is, I believe, at least for me, it's very important that young people are getting the help right there when they ask for it and at the first time that they ask for it, because the longer a young person is homeless, the worse the consequences are for them. And yeah, I can say from experience that early intervention is life-changing. Yeah.
This inquiry is looking at what's different for young people now compared to old people like me, generations 30 years ago. There were people who became homeless very young, 30 years ago, but we are in a different situation now in terms of, if you like, kind of the ecosystem of housing, like the supports, the price of housing, the rents and so on, all different. Have you got anything you want to say about what's been different about you compared to earlier generations that we should be aware of? I think one of the statistics that's different is that there are a lot more people who are homeless.
Yeah. Yes.
And also the social connections and protective factors may be lesser because community is thinner. I don't know, but I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
I think also social media plays a big part, and the rise in domestic violence and the rise in all these things, and I think that plays a big part in the increase, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What I'll say as well is that I think that working hard is no longer the baseline for success or for owning a home and for, I guess, having nice things. You can earn quite a lot of money and, you know, work very hard. Most young people I know are studying full-time and working, and, you know, owning a home is a fever dream. It's a faraway dream that most of us will never reach and are not at the point of beginning to even explore. So yeah, I think that there's a myth with older generations that if you just work harder for what you want, then you will achieve it, but working hard is no longer the determining factor for success or for, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What I'd like to also point out is there's rent caps, like with how much you can earn in certain places, and when you get a good job, it's like you've got to leave. Like you can't build up a savings, you can't do anything. You've got to literally find a new place, which is probably 10 times more the rent that you're paying now, and then you've got no savings, you've got nothing. So it's like you're working to live. That's literally what we are doing. You don't think about housing, you don't think about anything, you just bills. That's literally all we think about.
Those income caps for people in social and affordable housing is what you're describing.
Yeah,
yeah.
As soon as I get a good job, I'm going to have to leave my housing, which has just happened.
Yeah.
So I'm going to...
It's just happened to you?
I've just got a good job, so now, the housing that I'm in now is, you know, it's a question of how long have I got, you know?
What a wacky policy to punish you for, you know, that thing that we traditionally have rewarded. One last, and we have had a considerable evidence about that and the particular problem it is in this state, so we will definitely be pursuing that. Last question before I come to Senator Steele-John. If the Prime Minister was sitting here on the Select Committee with us and you had the chance to tell him something, one thing out of your experience that you'd like him to do or understand, I'm working you pretty hard here, but what would you be saying?
One thing is implementing lived experience at all stages with every minister. I feel like there should be a lived experience person
Explain
to
what
attach.
that means and what that would do.
So, say for the for the Minister of Homelessness, having someone who has lived or living experience to be able to feedback and provide if this model would work, or have they got experience or living experience in the services to be able to provide feedback to the minister to be like, okay, maybe you need to put more effort into this place, maybe we need to look at fixing this service, and actually bringing in the collaborative
experience. Thank you.
I would say that it is important to go out into communities and refresh your understanding of homelessness as it's being experienced today. That's what I would say.
Can I add to that as well? I think I would probably say that social mobility in this country is not what it was in the 70s or the 80s. You know, we used to be a country where someone can be born into social housing and become the Prime Minister, but, you know, without pathways out of poverty or out of housing insecurity, that's just not a reality in the same way that it used to be. You know, being able to, having to choose between being in social housing or getting a job is just, that's just a completely ridiculous system that doesn't work for anyone. And, you know, as a country, we really should be supporting people to chase their dreams and, be in the private market if they can be and if they want to be. But the current systems and policies we have don't allow for that.
Mm-hmm. Ms Harper, anything you want to add for the Prime Minister?
So much. I think I loved how you used the word obsession before when you were talking about the mindsets of creating wealth out of the housing market. And I think that that expectation that, you know, my property will, you know, the value of my property will rise, will double every decade, is just, it's not sustainable, and it's not in the interest of our society and community. It's just as simple as that, and I don't think people understand that. I also don't think people understand that homelessness is not a choice. I had that comment just the other day from someone who said, you know, but young people choose to be on the streets, and it really, it's disheartening that in 2026 we have these comments from, you know, community members who don't realise how that this exists and that it has been increasing, and it's at the, I think we are beyond the chronic state of it. I want to make a quick comment about the, young people in general are struggling. As we know, they are staying home longer, and the idea of owning a home is so far, it's so far removed from the reality for them.
Fever dream.
Also, and I have examples of young people even in private schools. Without their parents' support, they will never be able to own a home at the way we are going. The taxi driver on the way here who dropped me off said, I told him what I was doing here, and he said, I set my kids up, I gave them, both deposits, and they're in their own houses, they're doing really well. Mm. That's the way to be in a safe and stable accommodation. So many young people don't have that. They are people that we work with, they're not even scratching the surface to get to that point in life where they have that support. They are really so disadvantaged that they are dealing with trauma, and it's a struggle every day. They are surviving. They are surviving barely. So it's very challenging. And we need the society and community to really understand that this is a reality many people face, and they didn't choose it. Mm.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your evidence today, all of you, and for the work that you do advocating and in the sector more broadly. Caitlin, could I ask you, in your opening statement you talked about some of the bits in the system at the moment that don't make sense, that you experienced. If you wouldn't mind, could you share a bit more about, like, if the system had worked, what would that experience have looked like for you?
I think if the systems had worked, if support services were available to me, so there was like this support service for a young person of my age who is unaccompanied that I can go to, that would be great. Mm-hmm. There wasn't even that option, and it's difficult to sort of find any alternative support options. For me, I think the best thing that could have happened is someone identified that I was homeless while I was at school, in that really sort of vital gap where I was still connected in with systems and services and I was homeless. That was sort of the only time where someone could have come in and said that they were going to stop it right there and stop everything else from happening. I think that first to know adults being trained is extremely important. They are the ones who are with children and young people for most of their lives and for most of their time. So, yeah, there were definitely a few moments where somebody could have stepped in and said, actually, maybe I'll take you away, maybe let's have a conversation about this. But having just avenues for young people who are independent to access services and support independently of their parents, because we like to think that if a child is homeless, that they will be with their parents, but it's not always the case, unfortunately.
And it seemed from your evidence that there is a real baked-in assumption in the system as we have it now that, as you say, a child that's homeless will be accompanied by a parent, and that if that isn't the case, there's kind of nowhere for you to go, nowhere set up for you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's many reasons for that, sort of child protection, data collection. They can only collect people who are 16 and older, and yeah, there's a lot of sort of complexities around it because of the age, the specific age that it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there were no options for myself as a child who had no parents, and there is an assumption. I think in many ways it's because the issue isn't palatable, it's not very pretty. We don't want to think of children being homeless, but it creates a massive gap in the system, and we know that these children exist and that they have nowhere to go.
And it also seems that there's another assumption as well, that children will always be safe with parents, or that parents are safe individuals to be contacted by organisations, which, while that should be the case, what you're sharing with us from your personal experience and from the people that you've worked with and advocated alongside, that's not always the case, is it?
Most of the time when a child or young person is presenting alone to a homelessness service, it's because it's not safe to be at home.
Yeah.
And that's usually because of their parents or guardians.
Yeah. And you've also flagged with us the challenge of having to demonstrate that, I think you said that your parental figures don't have the resources to otherwise be providing for you. Tell us more about what that looked like.
Could you rephrase? Sorry.
Yes, of course. And I might have misunderstood from your opening statement. Like, there was a part where you were saying, there were certain models, like the foyer model, that didn't meet your needs in that moment, but also there were requirements of you to. I think you were trying to say to us that certain services require you to kind of demonstrate that your family's income is below a certain level, or those kind of things.
Yeah. So in my opening speech, what I was referring to was a foyer model, and they have an age requirement. I think it's 15? 15? 15, 16 is sort of the youngest that you can be, but they also require that you be engaged in school and that you be engaged in work full time. When I was homeless, I was not old enough to work. I was about 3 years off of the legal working age, and I had left school. So a service like that, which is sort of the only service that I would be eligible for, not really, but that I would maybe be eligible for, I would not have met the requirements because I'd left school and I wasn't old enough to work.
Is a Housing First for Youth model, would that have been the suitable?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all right. So the suitable model would have been a Housing First for Youth model. The idea of a Housing First for Youth, in very, basic terms, is that we put a young person or a child in a home and make sure that they are in a safe environment, and then we wrap them around with support, mental health, education, health, etc.
And no criteria.
No criteria. You can be on the streets, you can be out of school, disengaged from your family, in the justice system. Any of that's okay. You're in a home. So you're safe, so that you can work on the other barriers to recovery, or the other barriers to working or going back to school or living your life that you may be experiencing that you can't focus on because you're worried about where you're going to sleep. That would have been sort of the only model that would have been appropriate for me when I was a child.
And critically, it sounds like what you're saying to us is part of that no criteria approach. That includes not needing parental consent or to be able to access that model, because if that was to be required, that's a barrier.
Yeah, there needs to be, I guess, a way to navigate when it's not safe for a child to go home. And actually, we find that services are quite good at navigating that, and frontline workers, because they work with young people and they work with children. It's more so, I guess, legal restrictions and the mandatory reporting that can come into play a bit there. But we find that services are actually are quite across dealing with young people and dealing with parents and navigating that. It's just that there's not an investment in supporting them to do that.
Ms. Kaya, Kaya, can I ask, I mean, you've given us a window into one of the most, for me, infuriating dynamics of the system we have now. Because as Senator Pocock mentioned, you've kind of done the societally, the societally thought of as the right thing, and politicians love to talk about the best form of welfare is a job and all those kind of things, and you've sounds like you've got yourself employment now, and yet that then threatens the sustainability of your housing situation in the context where we have such a profound rental and broader housing crisis. Can you tell us more about how it feels for you as somebody to be stuck in that?
I think it's scary, like this is the first time I've been able to have stable housing for 11 years. My first home for myself. Yeah. It's terrifying, like the first time I can actually buy myself things for a home. I can make my apartment feel like a home. I'm not in a service. But it's like, where am I next? Like, what is going to happen next? I've never had that support to be able to know where to go next. I've never had that wraparound support. I've had to fight for myself and advocate for myself for 11 years to try and get this. And I finally have it. And it's like, it leaves, it's going to go. And then I become an adult, and I become out of the young person's age, and I have to go into adult services. And I've only navigated the youth homelessness service. So trying to figure out the adult homelessness service will be even a struggle for myself if this happens and I go back into homelessness.
Yeah. Look, thank you. Thank you both. I'm going to end there because we've got other people online, but thank you for being willing to share this perspective with us. I know it's really tough sometimes to be in a position where you've got your own stuff to deal with, and then you've got to also kind of bring it out in a palatable way to try to persuade people. It is needed, but it shouldn't be required for politicians to do their jobs. So we really appreciate it. And yeah.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Delega, are you there? I think you are. Do you have questions for this panel?
My questions have been answered in some of the earlier contributions, Chair, but I just wanted to particularly thank the lived experience witnesses today for your contributions and and your stories and speaking up, and definitely we will consider everything that you've said.
Thank you. I've got a couple more. So let me ask you about, I think one of you mentioned plans for the future for your generation and people in your experience. How does the experience you've had around housing affect your optimism or your plans in terms of family formation, having kids? You're shaking your head. I think you said that too. Fill us in on what the consequences are as you look ahead for how you might live your life.
You just don't think about it. It's like not my priority. It's just making sure I have a house, a roof over my head. A safe place to be. That's got to wait another 10 years before I think about that.
Yep.
I'm lucky enough to be in a position where I can dream further, but I know that a lot of young people are deciding not to have a family, not to get married, and not to make major financial decisions at this time because of how bad the housing market is and how unaffordable it is. Yeah, I think I know a lot of young people that are being pushed into food insecurity and are living, living food insecurity because they're renting, and they just can't afford both. They can't afford both an appropriate and balanced amount of groceries and to pay their rent. And yeah, I think it's quite sad that we are having to, I guess, choose between what the norm was for past generations and having a safe place to live. When my grandparents were growing up, it was the standard that everybody had, that everybody got married and had children and bought a house when they turned 18. So, yeah, there's a big generational gap, I think.
Any comments you want to make, either of you, on that front of how people's plans for the future? We know it's in the data. The fertility is definitely changing, and a massive increase in the number of people who both are catapulted into insecure housing or homelessness, but also are choosing to, or they are at home with their parents, sometimes quite reluctantly.
Well, the young people that we work with, like I said before, they are barely surviving. So they are not thinking about future plans too much. They need to choose between, do I buy my medicine or do I pay my bills? Do I pay for food or do I, pay for something else? Like it's very, very difficult. So we do, at Pickies, we do have a program that works alongside people that we house, and we do support them with goal setting. And they all have dreams. It's getting there. That's the challenge, and that's what we do, is we work alongside of them to get them through to the next phase where they can actually, perhaps lower their alcohol and other drug use, or perhaps be more safe because they might have had some family and domestic violence circumstances in the past. It's very difficult to navigate. Sometimes, it's very difficult for them to even think about these things. But I want to make a quick comment about the low barrier services, which is what Pickies is. I think that's one of the keys to reducing homelessness. I'm not going to say ending. I'm optimistic that we can get there one day. But at the moment, I'm thinking, can we just reduce? Can we do something? Because we know what to do, but we're not doing it. There are many services in the sector that have specific eligibility criteria that excludes young people from accessing those services. So organisations like Pickies, we're under the pump. We're small not-for-profit. We work with around 100 people at a time. And we probably decline around 30 to 40 referrals every month. And that's disheartening for the young people coming through our door, also for the team, to be continually saying no to young people. It's heartbreaking. So that these are some of the challenges. And we need more low barrier services like Pickies. We really do, because there are so many services. You can't be, in an FDV situation, or you can't be, or you can't have a child, or you have to have 2 children at least, or you can't be using alcohol and other drugs. Automatic, you're out. You cannot access this service. So accessibility and easy access is just, it's absolutely critical at the early intervention stage. We need more of those services.
Meeting young people where they're at.
Sorry, Kaya, can you
Meeting young people where they're at.
Without any entry barriers. Yeah. I'm just thinking, sitting here, I'm always struck when I come into Perth and all those big, shiny, sparkly buildings. It's a very wealthy state that we're in. Many other states would like more of your GST take, and there's always debates about that. But it's not a state without resources. It has enormous resources, and the federal government, is spending money here on public housing for the US forces, as we've heard earlier in questioning, for example. So we have resources. What's your message about increasing the resourcing for this area? I mean, I just feel like the whole day today we have been looking at an ecological system where homelessness is this part of it, and then there's the renting and the home buy. Like, there's a whole system happening here with many malfunctions. Our homelessness services are malfunctioning. They're not up to the scale that we need. Our rental system is built for a time when rent was transition and rent made up less than 30% of your income. Very few people have that experience now. So our public policy has not kept up with the animal that we're all living inside. Is that, you're nodding your heads?
Oh, yeah.
Anyone want to make any comment about that?
I think we need to stop treating housing, we need to start treating housing, I'll go the other way, start treating housing as a, not only human right, but as a utility. So for example, think about water, your access to water. Water cannot be cut off, right? Mm. Housing can. Why is that?
Yes, it's essential, like water, isn't it, to safety and to
exactly
raising kids or any.
It's a non-negotiable.
It's a non-negotiable.
It's a non-negotiable.
And it should be treated like that in public policy.
100%, yeah.
So one other question from me, and I don't know if you have any more, Jordan, but when we look at the statistics which we heard today from Curtin University about inequality, we see the bank of mum and dad, which so many people, as you said, Ms Harper, don't have. But the average contribution from mum and dad now is $100,000, and many people have nowhere near it, and there's nothing but of those that have some assistance. That is a real turbocharge mechanism for inequality. Australia never had that kind of system. We look at the US and we think, you know, you get cancer in the US and you're in real trouble. That's not our country, and we're not a country where there should be this stretching out inequality. Do you sense that, and how do you feel about that turbocharging of that in our country?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I think your question earlier around, you know, people, in the past people were homeless and there was inequality, but we're just seeing it turbocharged, as you said, because, you know, people that do have the money, they can see how bad, so, you know, parents who can afford to buy a second house for their children are doing it, or they're, you know, giving their children a big deposit for their house. And it just really widens the gap between, you know, the young people and those who don't have access to those things and those who do. And I think also to your point about Western Australia being a wealthy state, I think it's also, you know, it's like the people in the middle, that's kind of what's shrinking, you know. We are very, very wealthy as a state, and a lot of people are on very high incomes. However, a lot of people are also on very low incomes or on income support, which hasn't kept up with, you know, CPI and other changes. So, you know, they're worlds apart, really. Yeah.
Can I share a story I heard yesterday from someone who knows two young doctors? So, you know, people who are you know, starting their careers as doctors, have purchased a one-bedroom unit somewhere near the city because they needed to be close to public transport for a ridiculous amount of money, over $700,000 I think it was, and they are struggling, and they're two young doctors. So I think that's the difference between now and 30 years ago, and you touched on that before around working hard got us somewhere in the past. Now, what will get us there?
Yeah, that's a very interesting example. Your taxi driver is also an interesting example. Some of it is about, for the taxi driver, hopefully, if he was able to earn a deposit driving a taxi for two children, it would have been a few years ago that he got in. It'd be very difficult right at the base level price now, but two doctors with probably very sizable HECS debts, which is also something that earlier generations who studied didn't have, is a very big difference as well. Thank you. Have you got any last questions?
No, I think you've given us such comprehensive answers, and I just want to thank you again for sharing them and for the work that these organisations do. It's invaluable. and yet we have not yet, as a government structure, I think, found a way to value it properly. You know, lived experience advocacy is often, by its very nature, something that you volunteer at a time when financial support is really difficult. And I know from the youth NGO space, you are never funded adequately. You are never funded long term. And so day to day looks often like, where will we get our next couple of months funding from? You spend as much time writing grants as you do sometimes doing the actual work, or at least it feels like it. And this kind of mythical idea of having job security is never really a thing for you or your teams, and it makes it hard. Yeah. So I just want to recognise that, and thank you for the work that you do at my office. Is a beneficiary of that work often. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for being here, and I think you've got 2 financial review pieces to write. One's got to be called Fever Dream, I think, and the other, if people knew the truth, because I think many Australians do not know that this is the reality for a growing number of our citizens and our kids, and it is utterly unacceptable. So thanks for bringing it to us. It will be reflected in the report of this committee. Very important to have your organisational experience also.
Thank you.
Great. We'll suspend for a moment. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Uniting WA. Thanks for being here in person, and thank you for giving members of our committee, Jordan and I, a tour of your facility yesterday. It was a really insightful and interesting experience. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you?
Yes.
Good, thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Michael Chester, co-CEO Uniting WA.
Jen Park, co-CEO of Uniting WA.
Helena Jakupovic, General Manager of the Financial Wellbeing Collective.
Oh, okay, good. Look forward to hearing what that is. I wonder, would you, I'll invite you to make an short opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you very much. I'll begin by acknowledging the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional owners of the land that we're meeting on today and pay our respect to elders past and present. I'd also like to thank the committee for the invitation to appear and for travelling to Western Australia during Homelessness Week to hear from us directly. I'm Michael Chester. I'm joined by my Uniting WA co-CEO Jen Park and Helena Jakupovic, General Manager of the Financial Wellbeing Collective. The FWC, as we call it, is a collaboration of 12 organisations working in a collective impact model to reduce the drivers and impacts of financial vulnerability in Western Australia. Uniting WA is a founding partner and one of the lead organisations within the collective. We appreciate the opportunity to have Helena join us here today. Uniting WA provides services right across the housing continuum, from Tranby Engagement Hub, Perth's only 365-day-a-year crisis support centre for people sleeping rough, through crisis accommodation and transitional housing to private tenancy support. We are a registered Tier 2 community housing organisation. We also provide out-of-home care for children and young people, family support, reintegration, mental health, disability and financial wellbeing services. This diverse experience and expertise gives us a unique insight into the matter before the committee, and it's the basis of the evidence we'll give today. Over the past 5 years, rents in Western Australia have risen 66%, the steepest increase of any state or territory, while wages rose just 18.5%. We are seeing and supporting a greater number of people who simply cannot afford both rent and other essential living costs.
I'd like to take this opportunity to share the story of one gentleman we supported at Tranby Engagement Hub a few weeks ago. He was 72 years old, and until last year he was living in a private rental. He'd never been homeless before, and like most people, he never thought that he would be. When the property was sold, he simply couldn't find another rental that he could afford. He spent the next 6 months sleeping in his car. Then he had a car accident. The car couldn't be driven, and he lost the one thing that had been keeping him from sleeping on the streets. And that's when he came through the doors of Tranby. 72 years of age, homeless for the first time in his life, scared and overwhelmed. Just a year earlier, he would never have imagined walking through the doors of a homelessness service. And he's not alone. Our teams are seeing an increasing number of people in very similar situations, and many more in our community who are just one small crisis away. This inquiry is rightly focused on the divide between generations, but our teams are seeing new faces coming through the door across all age groups. Since January of this year, Tranby has recorded 735 newly homeless people seeking support. Newly homeless being categorised as rough sleeping for less than 3 months. And between February and July, more than 434 people were aged over 55, presented to Tranby for the first time. We are not equipped to support families in Tranby, so when they arrive, we refer them on to the appropriate services. But even so, in 2024, we counted 100 families coming to us for support, and by 2025, that had risen to 142.
The Financial Wellbeing Collective is seeing a similar pattern, with the number of financial counselling clients from households earning more than $100,000 a year up 85% over the past 5 years. Helena can speak in more detail about what the data is telling us, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. What we do know is that homelessness and hardship is passed down through generations. The children sleeping in cars and in crisis accommodation tonight will, unless we break the cycle, be the adults presenting at services like Tranby in the future. In 2023, I told the Senate inquiry we had a bottleneck in our transitional housing services, designed for stays of up to 3 to 12 months, with some people staying up to 18 months. I'm sorry to report that since then, the issue has compounded. Our longest staying resident in our Uniting WA services is a resident who is 92 and has been with us for 4 years. Referrals we've been unable to support have risen from 81 to 401 in 3 years, nearly 5 times as many.
Say that again, sorry, the 81.
Yeah, so referrals that we have been unable to support, so unmet demand, have risen from 81 to 401 in 3 years. So a 5-fold increase in 3 years. We certainly acknowledge what has been done. In 2023, we asked Parliament to pass the Housing Australia Future Fund. We welcomed the Commonwealth's contribution, and it is serving a purpose. But it's not enough. We need more homes, and we need the right sorts of homes. So there are 3 things we'd ask the committee to consider. The first is permanent ongoing investment in community housing, lifting community housing to 10% of Australia's housing stock by 2030, the target that Uniting Care Australia has called for and that we support. But the type of home matters as much as the number. Fit for purpose, not broad brush. Single units in large developments don't always suit families or people with complex needs. The second is Commonwealth Rent Assistance indexed to actual rents. While the CRA increases of recent years have certainly helped, the rents that CRA recipients actually pay have risen nearly 1.5 times faster than the payment since 2001. It's cheaper to help someone remain housed than it is to support them after they've become homeless. The third is a dedicated ongoing fund for homelessness prevention and early intervention, ring-fenced so it cannot be drawn back into crisis response.
Sorry, can you explain the difference? What is it? Dedicated?
Ongoing fund for homelessness prevention and early intervention.
Prevention and intervention.
Yeah.
Okay.
And ring-fenced so that it cannot be drawn back into crisis response. Prevention is better for the person, better for the community as a whole, and actually better for the long-term budget. The Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute has reported that the annual cost to government across health and justice for a person experiencing homelessness is roughly 10 times that of the average Australian. In 2023, I described the situation to the Senate as unacceptable in a country like ours. It's worse now. We know it's a complex problem, but we see goodwill on all sides. What's needed is for that to translate into accurately targeted, properly funded, sustained action. Jen, Helena, and I are very happy to take the committee's questions. Thank you.
I don't know, it must take a bit of optimism to turn up to Senate inquiry after Senate inquiry and things get worse. You know, when I look back, was it the renters inquiry that you appeared at in 2023?
Yeah.
In Perth here?
I appeared in Canberra.
You went to Canberra. Wow. I mean,
it was
what are we going to do?
It was a
what do we need to do differently?
To read my opening remarks from that inquiry 3 years ago and see, you know, to contrast that with the opening remarks today.
Yeah, I mean, it is profound to sit in a room like we just did with those 2 young people, and then you don't need much convincing, do you, that prevention, early intervention is the key. And I mean, what amazing young people. They are going to do good things because they have found good support, and their resilience is sometimes a product of really deeply disturbing experience. But yeah, I wonder, you know, I'm thinking of recommendations like every parliamentarian, I know we have the sleep outside thing, but, you know, every parliamentarian should be spending time in a homelessness service and understand how they are growing. The demand for them is growing so dramatically by your statistics. Yeah. Well, thank you for having the persistence to come back again and again. This is an inquiry, as you know, about intergenerational inequality, and we have been very in housing, and we've been very focused on how hard it is to buy and how challenging it is to rent for this generation relative to previous generations. But you said to me before we sat down today, are you surprised to find yourself so focused on homelessness? If I remember your comment, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah. And it is a surprise to me, but it seems to me that picture of the ecosystem makes the growth in homelessness the kind of the most challenging and awful outcome of that intergenerational crisis. And it is intragenerational as well as intergenerational. Your 92-year-old is not an orphan. There are stories like that. And your 72-year-old. People who do not expect to spend their last decade, I'm 71, I'm not far off that man. I just can't imagine that experience with being such a surprise to him in his life. So is it a consequence of the collapse of the rental and the home purchasing systems that are causing what you are seeing, do you think?
Our focus at Uniting is purely in the social housing space, and so I might comment on that because that's our direct experience. And what I would say is that, and Australia is not alone in this regard, there's many Western countries that are in the same state right now, is that there's been a sustained underinvestment into public housing by government after government after government for decades now, and a failure to recognize that the private market wasn't going to fill that gap. And we've seen the percentage of social housing drop from, the stats are available from a hurry, but say somewhere around 6 or 7% of the housing stock down to 3% or 2%. And that is a direct consequence of lack of government investment. That has then created some of the intractable situations that we've seen and that were discussed by the previous witnesses around people being trapped in social housing. Because we have a affordable housing crisis as well, and a rental crisis, certainly in Perth. There is no such thing as an affordable rental in Perth anymore. And Anglicare WA's annual rental report very clearly demonstrates that through clear evidence. So what we're experiencing then in terms of the rise in homelessness that happens at that upper end from the 72-year-old who can't find a place to rent, even though he may well have the income, ending up homeless, and we don't have any, at Uniting, we have a bottleneck in terms of crisis and transitional accommodation that 5 or 10 years ago we would have been very, very, very straightforward to put somebody in that situation into that sort of housing as a temporary measure while they got themselves back on their feet. So we have an increase in homelessness as a consequence.
Yeah. What's it like for your staff who are dealing with people in that bottleneck and coming through where you haven't got the options that you had 3 or 5 years ago? That must be extremely challenging for your...
It's very challenging. They are subject to burnout because they're faced with it day in, day out. People become really angry when they can't get housing, and they know they're on a wait list, not for months, for years. And so their frustration boils over into the way that they engage with the staff. And the staff, they have to remain professional, but it's taxing. Yeah.
What's your thinking? You've recommended the 10% of buildings should be in the social housing.
As a big picture,
yeah.
Let's aspire for that as a country, and that certainly backs up our colleagues across the country as part of the Uniting Care Australia network.
Yes. To achieve that, it requires a stepping out of a 3-yearly electoral cycle, and it requires a commitment across a community at federal, state and local level to deliver it and to hold strong to achievement of a target. I don't see that in the federal sphere at the moment. We've just heard, if I understand correctly, I often read the headlines very sketchily, but I think the Liberal Party have said they would do away with the HAF, for example, which is, one offering in this space, not enough, as we've heard evidence on. What's your feeling then about the intersection of this big problem with a political cycle and a split responsibility across government?
They don't correlate. So if Australia wants to get themselves out of this challenge,
we have to think long term. And the current political cycle does not enable that. So it requires bravery on behalf of our politicians to step outside what they know of in their current term and think beyond. And I think that is a challenge for any government, regardless whether it's federal or state.
And it's not
that's what's required.
Not what you design for solving a big problem.
Correct.
I wonder if you can tell us a little about, you mentioned, I think, with 12 organisations in your network. So how are you organising yourselves to try and deal with the challenges that are at your doorstep? Is that part of the strategy, is to unify with others?
Absolutely. So there's 12 partners who've chosen to work together in a collective impact model, and so that drives efficiency not only for the client and the community, but it also drives efficiency for government as a primary funder, but also for the partners as well. So the services that we have in our ecosystem originated with financial counselling. We've then gone on to provide the Emergency Food and Relief Access Service, which is infrastructure to enable people to be connected to local providers. We do the third-party assessment of hardship utility grants schemes, so keeping people connected to utilities. We offer free community education, so really focusing on community understanding and financial literacy. We have financial coaching around behavioural economics and really helping people build their resilience. And we also have Energy Ahead, which is around coaching people in energy usage and helping them to reduce their bills where they can. That is our primary ecosystem. However, each of our partners have got many other systems that they've got. So the benefit of our collective is someone walking in for one service, they're being connected with 6, 10, 15, depending on what their need is. And that is probably something that I would highlight, that I think one of the things we are missing is we live in a very fragmented model where even the services that are available, government policy, it tends to be very fragmented and harm occurs because of the gaps in the system. So if we started to take, as Jen said, that 10-year view, that longer-term view, and started to think about what was needed for a truly integrated approach to financial wellbeing, we would also be addressing the issue around housing, homelessness, the level of rent assistance, the income eligibility levels for housing. All of those things would be taken as a holistic view. But to give you an idea, we support, last year we supported over 48,331 individuals who presented for services. 48,331. They are just the individual presenting. There is obviously behind them families that we're supporting. And what we've seen, particularly over the last 3 years, is there has been a significant increase in financial stress, food stress and utility stress. Housing is very much at the heart of everything, particularly in WA with the situation we're having around rental affordability and the lack of housing options that are present. But what's interesting is this is starting to creep into other areas. So we know that older people are experiencing more challenges around housing and homelessness, as well as young people. I think the next thing that's going to be looming on horizon is aged care as well, because we've got an ageing cohort. The aged care options for you are, you either pay privately, which less and less people have money for, or you're on a wait list for government subsidised, and there aren't too many options that are available, which then comes back to this housing issue and homelessness, because people don't have options to go.
Like your 92-year-old.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. How was he accommodated, that person? May I ask? I'm de-identify. I don't want to.
So
I'm just curious. How is he
that
living?
you visited yesterday, we have for many years run an equivalent version of that for men, and so he's living in that facility. So again, it's a similar kind of co-living environment where there's 8 men living in this other facility at any one particular time.
Thank you for that description. I wanted to get on the record what WinCar does and how it came about. I wonder if you could succinctly give us a description, because it's a very impressive step, and then I have a couple of questions about it.
So WinCar used to be a manse for the residents for the Minister of the Uniting Church. And then it was given to Uniting Care West when we were formed, and it was run as a refuge for many, many years until it became no longer fit for purpose. And it sat there just sitting, growing weeds around it, until the idea of how can we reimagine it to be a facility for older women who were sleeping rough or in homelessness. To do it was a really unique model. We partnered with government and we also partnered with Housing All Australians, who they call themselves compassionate capitalists. And what they did was to bring together a number of different providers who donated their time and their materials to help build that particular facility. And so it was something that was a passion for all parties, but with Uniting leading it and delivering the services once it opened. And so it's now been reimagined, but we've kept the heritage part, so we've still got that, but we've also got the beautiful new build that supports older women as they move through that transitional path out of homelessness.
And could you say a little about the characteristics of the build, because they were very impressive in the design to deal with traumatic experience of residents?
The architects are Cox architects, and they very much focused on making sure that it was trauma-informed and that it was very person-centred, so that when we provide the wraparound support to those individuals, whatever that may look like, it was in an environment that really complemented that by considering, the trauma that people would be coming in with.
So I'll go to Senator D'Elia in just a moment, but one thing that struck me as I walked away from it is the scale of the problem we have, and the fact that at any single point in time, 12 very lucky but obviously very needy people are going to be there. What's your sense about what we need in terms of scale? We need many things of that kind in many places. What's your view about that?
So my experience is from, travelling overseas and also here in Australia is I don't think you need to build something that's 500 beds, because the very nature of the individuals that you're supporting, that's just too much. So what you need is something that is sufficient to have economies of scale, 12 beds, 15 beds, 20 beds, but you need lots of them, and they need to be specific to the needs of the individuals. Not one facility is going to always be right for everyone. So if you have options, then you can support the community far better.
And I might just follow on. I spoke to you yesterday about another pilot project that we're running right now, which is a similar size to Windcar House in terms of it has the capacity for 12 to 14 individuals, adults, with 24/7 support from our homelessness team. But 7-day-a-week mental health support from another agency, Richmond WA, and 7-day-a-week health and AOD support from Homeless Healthcare. And that model is intended to provide wraparound support for people who are really more at the crisis end than the independence end of the spectrum of need and requirements. And so we're running that as a pilot to break the cycle for people who have been regularly transitioning from hospital to street to justice to crisis to hospital and mental health clinics, and trying to really provide some stability for them so that they can then move through to the next step of the continuum, which for one individual at Windcar is that step. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations to everyone who has been part of it. Just last question then. I've got others, but I'll go to Senator D'Elia in a minute. What's your reflection on what's different for younger generations in what you are doing? Like, you are dealing with people across the age spectrum, and this committee has no interest in setting up an intergenerational competition. But what do you observe about people under 40 in terms of the demand on your services and the nature of their housing experience that is different from previous generations?
I would say a lot of it was touched on by the witnesses in the previous panel. Certainly, the ability for younger people to secure stable housing is incredibly limited now. So we heard from them, and we all know, I think, anecdotally from friends and family, that adult children are now living with their parents because it's just not reasonable for them to move into their own rental unit somewhere as a starting point, or even a shared house, which is the experience that our generation certainly had and actually thrived on as part of the, growing up.
And the other thing that I would add to that is that because young adults are living with their family for many, many years, there's a cost, and that's eating into what could be the retirement savings of those individuals. And so we're going to see that play out down the track.
Yes, we've had evidence from Curtin University about the fiscal consequences of not having savings, of living in very expensive rental accommodation all your life, and what that'll mean for the pension in the future and so on. And also the implications for productivity. You can't move around, you chase a job you really want, you have to stick with your house. There's a whole lot of economic costs there.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's an important point as well, because what's happening is two things. They're having to make tough choices about what they want in life, and they're having to compromise, whereas other generations didn't necessarily have to do that. But coming back to the point about prevention, we are seeing a generation coming through who aren't getting that support at the beginning, and so what's happening is they're falling into financial stress that's then impacting physical health, mental health. In some cases it's causing them to have experience with the justice system, and so we're then just really throwing money in this crisis manner, whereas we could be addressing the problem up front.
Which would make a lot more sense in terms of our expenditure.
Yep.
But it is a massive expansion in a problem in a generation, and it doesn't look like it's going to be fixed in this generation. Let's hope we're not back here in 3 years doing the same thing again. Senator DeLiga, have you got questions for these witnesses?
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple from me this afternoon. Thanks for coming along and providing your evidence so far to the committee. First question from me is we're investigating the broad trend of intergenerational housing inequity and its causes. And the challenge has been building for obviously a good 40 years or so. Looking over that period, what do you see as the major turning points that shifted housing from a hard but achievable target into something that's totally unaffordable for a lot of Australians?
Good question, hard question.
Wow. No economists at the table.
You need a whiteboard.
I guess what we could speak to, Senator, is that, and it sounds like a broken record, I'm sure, and I don't know the root underlying cause of it, but it is a post-COVID experience for us at Uniting WA. And here in WA, as you know, we were relatively light touch in terms of COVID. But what we saw, the direct measure of that for us at Uniting WA came through the numbers of individual presentations at our engagement hub. That's been I guess a statistic that we have been able to track consistently over the last 5 to 6 years. We've presented those numbers in some of the data that we provided earlier in our submission. But in 2022, we had 55,783 individual presentations at Tranby Engagement Hub. So that's not individual people, that's presentations. And in 2025, that number was just shy of 95,000 individual presentations. So in terms of daily attendance, we went from sort of pre-COVID, early COVID days of around 180 people walking through the doors each day to, on one occasion, we had 440, and that number, between 350 and 400 was very consistent, starting in about 2023. So something significant happened at that point in time, at least here in WA, that I think strongly correlates with the incredible financial stress that we started to see and the rental stress,
And I think also, when we came out of COVID, there was a lot of money lost as a result of businesses having to close or, not being able to have the breadth of service delivery. And so they needed to recoup their funds, and so they upped their price. And then we saw interest rates go up, and we saw rents go up. So those people that were living on the brink and just managing, with that collective increase, pushed them over into not being able to retain their house and having to move into their car. They might have still had a job, but they were no longer in a position to be able to sustain what they had during that COVID period. And a lot of people were affected like that.
It's very much a case of death by 1,000 cuts. I think there's been multiple factors. In WA, we started in 2018-19 with a mining downturn, which then impacted employment. We then started to see interest rates rise. We had COVID happen. You didn't see an increase for people in public housing. You didn't see an interest, or even on the renter side, you didn't see an increase in the rent assistance. You saw, less properties being available, which was driving up prices. Property prices were increasing, which is great to sell but not to buy. So there's a number of compounding factors that have just contributed to this situation, created a perfect storm.
Can I just say, Senator Delega, that you're really focusing on cost of living things that related to rent in particular. And can I just ask, how many people of those additional people walking into your, what is it? Traby, are in jobs? Are a growing proportion of them holding down some kind of employment?
So I think that's a good question, because we do see a lot of people who come in who are living in their cars, but they do have employment. Okay. Yeah. And that's
incredibly devastating to hear. And what specific policy settings would you identify as the single greatest driver of the intergenerational housing inequity problems that we're investigating? What's the single greatest driver of the policy setting?
I think if we talk about the previous presenters, every time they get a job that earns a little more income, their housing becomes at risk. It's the same for adults. It's the most extraordinary thing I've ever observed, is that we want Australians to contribute to, the overall productivity, yet we penalise them if they're in social housing. It's quite bizarre.
It is a really busted policy, isn't it? That is not appropriate.
And that's a great example, again, of harm occurs because of the gaps in the system. So it worked at one point in time, but the world has moved, the landscape has moved, but we've not kept up.
Okay, so a lot of the income thresholds that are used for these tests are obsolete. You're saying, because obviously, public and social housing obviously plays its role, and so these old thresholds that the departments are using to make these decisions are no longer fit for purpose. Is that what you're sort of saying?
Yeah, there's a general consensus here in Western Australia that that's the case, and certainly there's evidence. There was a very good report published by Shelter WA at the end of June that speaks to that directly. And we do have the lowest income eligibility thresholds in the country here in Western Australia. I would say what is a policy lever that is possible for the federal government to lean in on is the CRA, the Commonwealth Rent Assistance. So I spoke earlier about how that's not kept up with the increase in rent over a sustained period of a couple of decades. In WA, the way that is being, I guess, supplemented or the Band-Aid fix, I suppose, in WA is what's called the WA Rent Relief Program, which is a program run by some other agencies here in the state with funding from state government until 2027, and that provides support for people to get out of arrears and rental payments to help them maintain their current residence. But it is a Band-Aid, because if somebody's managed to get into rent arrears in the first instance, then there might be a one-time fix, but the question is always, is that going to be sustainable for them or not? So, yeah.
And the other consideration for government is the hidden group who are experiencing hardship. And what we mean by that is we have people who we know will prioritise paying their rent or paying their community housing or their social housing because they have to have a roof over their head, but they won't have money for food on the table. And so they may present to a food bank and get food, but they're going hidden effectively because people are not realising that there's a broader issue at play. So that's where some of our services can support with that, but that is becoming a larger cohort.
Absolutely, and I'm I'm from Tasmania myself, and I've spent quite a bit of time talking to the Salvation Army and the local community houses, and they are also seeing those exact same strains. More and more people coming and needing support for food because they are prioritising paying for housing expenses. Look, thanks very much for the evidence you've given today, and thank you for the work that you do to support the community as well.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to come back to the CRA because one of the accounts I've read about initiatives by the Howard government in the 90s was a shift away from investment that was rationalised by we're going to stop investing in public housing and instead support CRA, which is a subsidy into private rental, essentially, and that there was a shift of public money. Now, I might be saying that wrongly because I'm just not an expert on that historically, but it seems to me the CRA essentially is a bottomless pit and a subsidy into private rental. That's what I think when I think about CRA. What's your response to that? And wouldn't we be better off by following the Irish example and saying we have a national rental catastrophe in our country and we're going to cap all rents for the next year at 2% a year, and we'll do that for the next 5 years as we catch up. Something like that, unless a special case was made. So, how do we deal with a massive runaway rental cost? You said the numbers, 65% in the last 5 years, was it?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, massive. Is CRA the right thing, the right tool? It's very expensive to increase. I say that as, I'm not in charge of the Treasury, but it's a lot of money when you do it.
So I would preface my comments by saying I'm not an expert in the history of the CRA either, or what the budgetary figures are around it, but it does seem to me that when we talk, and I spoke earlier about the decades of underinvestment by successive governments in public housing, not seeing public housing as actually the role of government, and that transition, if that's how it occurred, where government decided to invest in the CRA rather than public housing and let private markets, lead the way. Well, it's failed. It's actually failed, and there's lots of evidence to demonstrate that. And rather than having a bottomless pit that supports investors, should we not be investing that money into public housing to solve the issue where it should be solved? And this then leads into the housing as a human right, and the fact that we are a signatory to a convention for many, many decades that says that as a country. And I think it was referred to in the earlier panel, it should be legislated. If being a signatory to an international convention is not enough, then it should be legislated in order to enforce governments to provide housing.
And to drive that long-term planning.
Yeah. And I think that's the only way we're going to get around that electoral cycle that you mentioned earlier, and the fact that 3 years by 3 years by 3 years is not going to solve a housing crisis that's started 40 years ago.
And this isn't just one thing that needs to change. There's multiple levers that are needed. So the rent stabilisation would definitely help for those who are in private rentals and may not be eligible for the CRA. But even with public housing, it's not only the availability, it's also the upkeep and the maintenance. We're seeing a lot of clients who are presenting with really high utility bills because the properties haven't been insulated properly. They can't keep them cool or they can't keep them warm, and that's driving up costs, which is again pushing them into further hardship, and they can't afford to move because of the cost in the market. So there's a number of different elements that need to be considered.
Absolutely. It's a complex puzzle, isn't it? I wondered if you had any comment you wanted to make about the division of responsibilities for housing between different levels of government, federal, state, local, and the fact that it slips between certain, everyone's doing, and you've certainly funded, you've drawn on funds from wherever you could. Is that an issue, and should we be looking at the allocation of responsibility across levels of government?
The short answer is yes. I think that all levels of government have a role to play. It's obviously a different role at each level, but the half is welcomed. I think if not universally, but certainly by the community housing sector or aspects of the community housing sector. I think there's still some work that needs to be done in order to broaden the opportunities for the community housing sector to access HAF for specialised forms of housing, such as the one that you visited yesterday. State government also has a role to play in terms of, if not just financial, but also the land availability and putting legislation, regulatory breakdown, what's required at a state government level. And then at local government level, there needs to be a rationalization of the processes for the development application process. And I attended a forum last year run by CEDA here in Perth, where a developer spoke about the fact that we've got, I think it's 133 local government areas in Western Australia, and there's 133 different sets of regulations around what's required in the development application process. So if we're trying to build at scale and build replicable models, that's only going to work if we've got similar regulations at state and local government level.
I'm curious about that because we've only had one local government body before us, but they were very defensive about that. They felt they were very timely in their application consideration. What was your experience in building Wincar? Was that a long and prolonged and very frustrating development process?
It was, but not just because of local government experience. That was a whole range of factors that included, supply issues because of COVID and escalation of costs. But it's not necessarily the timeliness issue at local government level. I mean, although that's certainly probably the case for some situations. But if we took that Wincar and for instance, if we had access to an equivalent body size, block of land and wanted to replicate that in another local government area in the metropolitan area, I'm certain that there would be different requirements in terms of the development application process, even though we've had that passed through the local government area that it sits in, because local governments vary those restrictions across, within their mandate. So,
okay, we'll let you go in a minute. But just one other thing is you've mixed a range of different sources for funding for various things, no doubt, and you've dipped into philanthropic funds where you could. What's your thinking about the role that I'm not asking you to bite the hand that feeds you, but what role does philanthropic? Because I'm one of the people who thinks people should pay their tax and we should fund our services through public sector rather than the chosen gift through philanthropy. I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but I just think tax is the way we do most of our major services at scale. What's your feeling about the role of philanthropy in meeting a housing crisis?
So I don't know that Uniting has a particular view, but if our work and engagement with Housing All Australians believe that it's a whole of society's responsibility, and so both philanthropic donors, government, and individual organisations that supply services to collectively have a responsibility to provide social housing and help get us out of this situation.
Okay. Are you concerned, your organisation, about the widening inequality that we are witnessing with, rapid growth right at the top? There's no argument from any economist about that happening. It's happening in the wage system. It's happening in household income overall, and this growing group of people, including many working people, who are seeing declines in their real purchasing. What's your thinking about that?
Yeah, I think it's a big problem, and it's only going to get worse. And I would be really keen to understand what are people's thoughts about how do we try and resolve that. For us, we've only got a certain amount of money to provide services, and when that's gone, it's gone. And Helena can speak to that, particularly around emergency relief. And so I just see that it's going to be a very sort of dire future unless we do something. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your evidence and for all the work that you do and the innovative creations that you are making, working with a very diverse group of donors and providing the services you do. It's so impressive. And if you have any further material to offer us, we'd like to receive within 2 weeks of you getting our Hansard transcript. But thanks so much for appearing, for your submission, your opening statement, and taking our questions today.
Thank you, Senator.
we will suspend.
Your break.
We'll have a little break, 15 minutes. And I welcome a representative from Circle Green Community Legal in person. Thank you for being here. And do we have a Renters and Housing Union? No. Okay, so thank you. I'll start again. I welcome a representative from Circle Green Community Legal. Thank you for being here. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure. My name is Alice Pennicott, and I'm the principal lawyer for the tenancy team at Circle Green Community Legal.
Great. Thank you. You are a very welcome witness because we have not had evidence that I'm sure you'll be providing to us. So would you like to make a short opening statement, and we'll proceed then to questions?
Yes, thank you. And I apologise for not sending this through in advance of today. I'll start off by acknowledging that we're on Whadjuk Noongar Budja, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present. Our tenancy team at Circle Green provides specialist legal assistance to renters across WA, which means we've got first-hand insights into the realities of renting in this state. To give the committee an idea, in the last financial year alone, we received nearly 9,000 calls and 3,700 online requests for tenancy assistance. There were nearly 10,000 downloads of our fact sheets and online resources, and we delivered more than 5,000 services to renters and people facing housing insecurity. I'd like to focus on two key issues today that have a tangible impact on intergenerational housing inequity here in WA. Firstly, I want to talk about the need for rental reforms to legislation to ensure it's consistent and provides adequate protection across the country. Housing debates largely focus on home ownership, and we know that renting is a longer-term tenure option for many people, and it's in this context that national commitments to further reform are really important. If a growing number of Australians will spend most or all of their lives renting, then addressing intergenerational housing inequity requires much more than just improving pathways to home ownership. It requires a rental system that delivers genuine affordability, decent housing standards, and homes that are fit for the future. And what we have now is a system that's underpinned by a deeply entrenched idea that housing is a vehicle for wealth creation rather than a fundamental human need. So I urge the Commonwealth Government to build on the work started by the Better Deal for Renters, agreed 3 years ago at the National Cabinet, not only to ensure that all states and territories implement those commitments, but also to expand those commitments to include protections against unreasonable rent increases and ensure minimum standards for energy efficiency and climate resilience. Secondly, I'd like to focus on how intergenerational housing inequity is reinforced by the delivery of public housing here in WA. Much of the public housing discussion rightly centres on increasing supply, and I strongly support efforts to expand social and affordable housing stock. The benefit of more social housing is lost when the existing policies and practices make it easier for housing providers to evict people rather than support them to stay housed. Policies that prioritise assets over people and take a punitive approach rather than a supportive one completely undermine the objective of social housing. The persistent culture of the Public Housing Authority in WA is such that the default response is to evict a tenant rather than support them when things go wrong. I know Jessie Noakes, I believe, gave evidence today, and I hope shared some of the alarming statistics about the rates of eviction, and particularly the eviction of children from public housing in WA. There's clear and compelling evidence of a systemic failure in how public housing is delivered here in WA. So I'd ask this committee to consider mechanisms to ensure that any Commonwealth housing investment is accompanied by clear expectations and greater accountability. If states and territories, and certainly if this state government is receiving funding to deliver on housing objectives, they must be required to demonstrate not only meeting targets for supply of new housing, but targets around sustaining tenancies, preventing evictions, and providing successful intervention and support. Thank you. Look forward to discussing these issues further and answering any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that you are the main advisor organisation within Perth to renters?
Yes, so we provide statewide services. There are 15 local community legal centres that also provide tenant advocacy assistance in their geographic areas. We provide sort of the coordination and the centralised support for all of those providers, as well as providing services ourselves.
So it's an integrated network?
Yeah, sort of hub and spoke style network, yeah.
Okay, interesting. And it's been there for a while. You've had some years of existence.
Yes. Yep.
So when we look at rent increases in Perth and in many parts of Perth, we had a submission, for example, from Broome that said rents now in Broome were $1,000 a week and there were no vacancies. Can you say a little about what's changed in recent times in your work?
So certainly the pressures of limited available stock and long public housing wait lists has resulted in more and more demand on the private rental sector. The private rental sector has, is not adequately set up to manage all of that demand, and sort of consistent underinvestment in social housing for a really long time before now has resulted in that pressure continuing on the private rental market. The ability for rents to go up any amount without, with very limited ability to challenge it. I think the ability to challenge it for tenants is to take it to court, and the court will consider many things, but one of them being other rents in the area. So if all the rents are going up, there's really not much that the court's going to say different there. And people don't want to do that, obviously, because going to court's very stressful. Rise in Airbnbs certainly impacts in the regional areas as well, and we know that some places have 200 Airbnbs to every one available long-term rental. It's and there's not still really an idea of the scale of that problem. It's still quite invisible. They've started some work on registering them here, but it's still not really known. So I think a combination of factors really has led to rents going up and up and up. And while there's continued pressure and continued demand, people will, they will just keep going up. Yeah.
I must say the evidence on the Airbnb, or the short-term rental has been really interesting in Western Australia, and it makes me want to know more about comparisons with other states. But that report that there are 10,000 short-term rentals where there are virtually no vacancies in so many places is a real concern. Yeah, have you, as an organisation, considered policy potential changes in that space that you think are worthy of thinking about?
It's not sort of strictly within our scope of expertise, because we're providing assistance to renters first and foremost. Certainly mechanisms to actually get a better idea of what even is out there, what data there is, all of those kinds of things is really important. And then I think really, whether it's through tax settings incentivising or tax settings disincentivising, but ways to make it too expensive to have a house that is not your primary house and do anything with it but rent it out to somebody else long term. Because if you can afford to keep a house vacant, or all of those, have it just short stay or mix between those things, I think the only way that people are going to not do that is if it becomes too expensive or cost prohibitive for them to do that, and instead much more beneficial to provide it as long-term housing stock. The majority of lessors, who have long-term rentals, just want a tenant in there to pay rent ongoing, to pay a rent that they can afford, to look after the house, all of those things. And we hear that through the Make Renting Fair campaign that Circle Green is a part of. So we know that it's not all landlords wanting to put rents up all of the time and do whatever they can and kick tenants out, but it's enough people, and it's certainly the property management sector that sort of exacerbate that problem.
So there are a bunch of levers, and you have to change the economic proposition, essentially. That's what we have to do, and there are ways it could be done: increasing rates, licensing, controlling numbers, as well as
just having more registers around what stock there is, and what have a register of lessors and register a long-term rental, register a short-term rental. There's just it would be work to set up, but being able to have that data alone would be so helpful.
In a housing crisis, there's a good argument for knowing more about how that stock is being used,
rather than just building more and more houses further and further away from the city, which is all that's happening at the moment, and not building them particularly well, unfortunately, a lot of the time either.
Are there particular groups of people that you are seeing more of in a changing environment of stress in housing?
I don't know necessarily there's a huge change in the demographic shift. I mean, renters, we've always seen renters from across, all different demographics and things. I think one of the fundamental changes is the level of distress that people present with, and sort of the crisis point that they're in. We've always, had people complaining about repairs, wanting to break their lease, having bond disputes, getting evicted for rent arrears. All of those kinds of things haven't really changed. But people are so conscious now of not having any other option. So if they've got a repair issue in their house that they need assistance with, previously the advice would be issue a breach notice, take them to court, and people would go and do that. Whereas now it's just not happening at all. People will say, okay, but what about when my lease comes up for renewal, or I don't want to do that because this is the only property manager that's in this regional area that I live, and they won't give me another house later, or reputationally. So I think that level of crisis and distress, and everyone knows how bad it is. You can't kind of go online or read the news or anything without knowing that there's no housing that people can afford. So I think that is a really noticeable change in not so much the legal issues, the complexity hasn't really changed, but certainly the personal
level of stress that people are feeling. And intergenerationally, given that that is our focus as a committee, what have you seen in terms of change for younger people under 40, say? What are you witnessing?
Yeah, so I think probably a lot more multi-generational households, more people moving back in with parents or having elderly parents live with them. Increases in that, probably like more share houses as well. I think the other thing that we've probably seen an increase of is sort of boarding and lodging houses or share house arrangements or sub-tenancies and things like that, where people who are priced out of the private sort of traditional rental market, and particularly people from multicultural backgrounds who are here studying or here for work, who are renting rooms. And so we see these insecure tenure options arising as well, because people can't just find a traditional rental. In terms of the generational elements of it, I think the other point is around older people who are renting. I think that's certainly increased, and older women renting, and we know that they're still, I think, the rising cohort, risk of homelessness, and often those are incredibly sad because people don't have anywhere else to go. I think if people have family to move in with, they're one of the lucky ones a lot of the time when they're facing eviction. The other element in the context of public housing is the kind of rolling evictions that happen, where one family member is evicted, they go and move in with another family member who's a public housing tenant. That causes overcrowding there or causes issues there, and so that family is evicted and they then move in. So there's those kinds of issues as well, and particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who have strong family obligations to house family members, can create issues for their own tenancy, and then they're in the same position later on. So
we certainly had a very clear example of that earlier in the day from Mr. Noakes, who talked about Three Sisters, for example, exactly that cascade and the consequences for a very large number of children at the end of the line. Are you seeing more people who are employed and earning income are still unable to secure or maintain their rental?
Yep, definitely. And I think people, one of the common themes is the affordability, not so much of trying to find a new property, and a lot of the time we're not speaking to people who are just trying to find properties, we're speaking to people who have a tenancy and having trouble with it, but a lot of those relate to rent increase notices or inability to pay for other things because they're having to pay more for rent each year. And the option is either that or move out and find somewhere else, which is not really an option when there's no properties available. So I think the affordability issue is not a low-income person issue, it's actually an everyone issue, and I think the median rent now is $750 or something ridiculous. So that's, I think you'd have to earn $200,000 or more to not be in housing stress, which is nowhere near, well above the average income for a household or for a person.
It's incredible, isn't it? If you were asked to characterise landlords, are there categories that you think about, people who want to do the right thing, who don't want to put rent up, who would no more think of throwing someone out, that are very hesitant, for example, to evict? What are you seeing amongst landlords in terms of their attitudes and actions?
Yeah. I have to caveat by saying the situations that we see are from tenants who are having issues with landlords, so we don't get a fair sweep of all landlords. Yeah, I think though, and certainly through Make Renting Fair, when we've spoken to landlords or had landlords come to us and say, I support this and I'm happy to do media, where we've done independent polling, where the majority of landlords support rental reform, support stabilising rent increases, support minimum standards. Individually, I think are supportive of it. I think one of the challenges that we know is the property managers putting the pressure on to put the rents up, and we've had landlords come to us or they've said, you can have this anonymously, but here's what my real estate agent sent me when the lease was coming up, that, you know, we've reassessed and you can be charging $500 more, or you can do this, you know, because there's incentive for them in that, obviously.
Yeah,
in
they
the
get a commission.
Exactly. And landlords, I think, feel pressure then to do that. And then I think there is still a lot of misconception for people around, well, interest rates are going up, so rents should go up, or these kinds of things. And we know that rents aren't set by reference to anything else, actually, other than the market. They're not tied, they don't go up and down when interest rates go up and down, and certainly not to the same extent. They're not tied to wages, they're not tied to anything else. So it's effectively like the boom and bust cycle, really. But yeah, so I think that there's sort of, people think, well, I need to cover my costs, but actually when, I think there's probably more misunderstanding or a lack of understanding for a lot of landlords about what actually their rights and obligations are and what they can and can't do. I think that comes through a lot in the opposition to any rental reform, is them saying, well, tenants already have so many rights, tenants can already do all of these things. When you drill down into it and ask, and we did some surveying a few years ago of landlords and gave them a whole list of reasons for eviction and said, which ones of these do you think you currently have already? And it was just amazing, actually, to see that so many of them didn't know that they had ones that existed, or they thought ones existed that didn't. So there's also just a lack of understanding about what it means to be a landlord and what your rights and responsibilities actually are. Again, another reason why it would be beneficial to have a register and have some kind of, if you're providing this essential service to people and you're benefiting from it and you're generating wealth and all of those things, I'm not suggesting that there shouldn't be any, you know, incentive for people to do it, but there should be some level of expectation around knowing what you're doing or having an understanding of those things, so that there's transparency for the renter as well, and so that you have clear control over what you can do with it. Yeah.
You've mentioned survey and indicative opinions of the community and landlords. I'd be very keen if you were able to give us any of that material, because it's often asserted certain things without evidence. So if you on notice would be able to provide that, I think that would be very helpful to us. You've made an argument for a new round, really, of a better deal for renters with new provisions in it. Can I ask you, when you think about that, how high up your list would be rental controls, caps, some kind of measure like that?
Pretty high, top 3, I think. Yeah, I mean, the top 1 overall is getting rid of no grounds evictions and having grounds for evictions. That's certainly been the priority here, and we've now had the announcement about that.
Had a commitment to it.
Yep. So we're very optimistic and keeping the pressure on there. Yeah. But it's still taken a long time, and there's still other, you know, have to wait and see what it actually looks like and how much protection it actually provides. I know in New South Wales it came in, but then some of the, you know, evidence requirements were watered down, and so it didn't actually give effect in the same way. So we're really conscious about that. But I think then after that, the rental affordability thing is next in there, because people need to be able to have, it's not even about freezing rents or not allowing rent increases, it's simply about having predictability around what's going to happen, you know, that you can plan for your life, and you know, it's not that landlords can never put up the rent and you're locked into that forever with that same tenant, but that people know, okay, my rent's going to go up and I know roughly how much it might go up by, and I can plan for that. And the landlord knows that, and they can plan for it too. And I think that's what's lost when we talk about it. It's not that landlords can't cover costs. They can actually plan as well, and they know what they can do. And it's not just what are other properties going for in your area and let's just put it up by somewhere in that ballpark. There's actually kind of, it reflects for both the predictability and the transparency around it.
And do you have a particular model in mind, relating it to inflation, relating it to wages? Has your organisation thought about that?
I think I'm not set on a particular position. I think probably the easiest option would be tying it to CPI, or tying it to some metric against CPI, you know, in the ACT where it's CPI plus 10%. So that makes the most sense as something that is an accessible metric and relatively simple to calculate and all of those kinds of things. And I think the other part of it that I think is important is that landlord has the onus of saying, I need to do it more than that, and here's why, rather than the tenant challenging it. I think the issue that we have with the ability to challenge rent increases even now is that it's the tenant to do it, and they don't, and they won't. So, yeah.
We heard evidence earlier about the Irish situation, which I'm not an expert on, but someone suggested that in a national rental crisis in Ireland, that caps were put on for a year and a year's ahead at 2% as a crisis was dealt with. Have you got thoughts about that kind of model? We are clearly in a crisis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely support anything that can be done to stop, because otherwise it will just continue. You know, there's actually not, it's not, we've just got to hold out till this thing happens, we've just got to hold out for this. There's not any solution that we've got currently on the table that means that at some point rents will just stop going up. That, you know, they won't. So I definitely think that even a short-term measure like that would be beneficial while we figure out what we're going to do longer term, or while we get more social housing stock built and while we sort those things out. My only hesitation is in terms of the transition out of something like that. We saw with the COVID moratorium on evictions and on rent increases that happened in 2020 in WA, that finished 31st of March 2021, and immediately after that, huge numbers of evictions, huge rent increases by staggering amounts for people, and like there was no transition out of it. There was just a cliff, and so it entirely defeats the purpose, really. Yeah, we've had the benefit.
You just slowed it down and
and times it by 100 rather than it being a little bit more. So I think, that's my only hesitation with any kind of short-term freeze or cap in that way, is what does it look like afterwards? Because it can't just be a 2-year freeze and then back to normal, because then, you know, it's exactly the same as reducing the frequency of rent increases from 6 months to a year, which is what they've done here a couple of years ago. That, okay, well, I'll just do double the amount each year rather than half every 6 months.
Senator DeLego, do you have some questions for this witness? Just, I've got a couple more, but are you able to ask any? Do you have any?
I don't have any questions, Chair, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to hear what else is on your list. You know, you've got, no end to no-fault evictions. Some kind of control on rents is really high. What else do you want to see in a future better deal?
Yep, so minimum standards beyond just structural safety and livability to actually include energy efficiency, thermal regulation and climate readiness for houses. Minimum standards to ensure that ceilings aren't collapsing, great, you know, that's good. But houses in Australia generally are not particularly good at being heated and cooled. And if you've got no heating and cooling, or you've got really inefficient heating and cooling, then for a lot of renters, they can't afford to use it anyway because the energy bills are too high. And that's only going to kind of get worse. And we're already seeing a rise of extreme weather events as well in parts of the country, and again, impacts in regional and remote areas a lot more so as well, in the Kimberley and places like that. And we're only going to see more of those kinds of events too, so having housing stock that is not set up, or at least as well designed as possible in response to that, is just not particularly forward-thinking. So that would be kind of the third thing. A lot of what we are hoping to see from this most recent announcement, certainly here around privacy and things like that, is good and really important, and ensuring that renter information is protected and they know what happens with it and it's, you know, got rid of appropriately and all of those kinds of things. And then I think probably the other thing is around compliance and enforcement for these things. So I've mentioned already around having a register of lessors and some kind of conduct, you know, code of conduct, for example, or something. But having an independent regulator that's proactive in looking at standards, looking at rent increases, looking at all of these different things that people can make anonymous complaints and third-party complaints, all of these different things, rather than it being solely on a tenant to raise these issues or take it to court. I know in South Australia they've got, for their minimum standards, that if the property's not suitable, the regulator can set the maximum rent that can be charged for that property until the standards issues are rectified. So things like that, that are actually proactive and then act as a deterrent for people in the first place. You know, if you know it's going to happen, then you'll do it without it getting to that point.
We've had quite a bit of evidence about the climate impacts and heat and cooling and so on as being increasingly important. I wanted to go to public housing because we did hear evidence earlier today from Mr Noakes about people in public housing being evicted and the processes being very unsatisfactory. Can you tell us a little about what your experience as an agency is in that area?
So the first thing to note is that the Public Housing Authority here in WA still uses no grounds evictions against public housing tenants, despite the government overall announcing they're going to get rid of them from the legislation. The Housing Authority continues to use them, uses fixed-term tenancies and terminates those at their expiry when, without providing procedural fairness or without allowing the tenant to challenge it. So I think that is a tangible problem in the delivery of public housing, that if you're taking it away from somebody, it's presumably on the basis that they're doing something wrong, but not allowing them to respond to that or challenge it or fix it is really significant.
So it's an arbitrary decision to, for example, the renter gets no reason, they're just terminated. Yeah. And
so
is that common? How
we don't know, because we don't really have good data around the housing authorities. I mean, we've been able to get some stuff through parliamentary questions at various points and things, but we don't really have a good picture of how many tenants are currently on fixed-term tenancies, how often those are ended without, how often they're renewed, what the kind of pathway is for people. But the nature of a notice of termination at the end of a fixed-term tenancy is that if a tenant doesn't move out and it goes to court, the court only just has to sort of look at the notice, issued correctly, nothing else we can do, that's it. So regardless of what the reason is, and there is always, I will admit that the Housing Authority will say there's always a reason. Of course, I believe that too. But it's not that the person's not eligible because there's provision for that. It's not that that they've offered them somewhere else because they need to renovate that one because there's a provision for that. They've got provisions to terminate for breach. They've got extra provisions to terminate for breach, actually, beyond private rentals, because 75A of the Residential Tenancies Act here is specific to social housing, and that's termination for disruptive behaviour. Okay. So they've got lots of ways to do it. The reason that they don't use those, a combination of poor collection of evidence beforehand, and with respect, poor running of matters at court. If you can't convince a magistrate of something, then that's the way it goes. But too often they haven't collected the evidence well and they don't present it in a way that satisfies a magistrate. And so to avoid that...
they just end a tenancy at a limited term tenancy.
So they'll put tenants on a fixed term tenancy, mostly where they, and I can't remember the exact phrase they call it now, but with a complex housing history is what I might say. So usually that's someone who's been evicted from public housing before. Right. They will put them on a fixed term tenancy as a sort of probationary period, basically. And that means then that if they're not satisfied with how that person's gone for that first 3 months or 6 months, then they'll just terminate it at the end of the 6 months without having to prove anything. Sometimes they'll then allow the person to move on to a periodic tenancy and continue. Sometimes they'll offer an additional 6 months and sort of roll it that way and keep that kind of risk there over the person.
So the evidence we heard earlier was that this definitely happens, that the Western Australian Government does engage in no-fault evictions for public housing tenants, some of which involve family and extended groups of people. And there was an argument made that in funding or giving money from federal to state, there should be requirements and protocols which prevent that kind of arbitrary decision. What's your view about that?
Absolutely. I think if particularly around housing investment or homelessness prevention investment, both of which I know the Commonwealth Government has strategies, the state governments have strategies, they're directly contributing to homelessness in their practices currently. They're exacerbating it in the way that public housing is delivered. So if that, I think they should be required to demonstrate improving metrics on those things, not just how many new houses have you built with it, targets by 2030 or any of that. Those things are good too, but there's no benefit to that if they're, with the other hand, continuing to do this.
Is the lack of public and community housing limiting the effectiveness of other homelessness interventions?
How do you, sorry, can you...
Given that there is a very long queues and long wait lists for public and community housing, how is that impacting on homelessness in what you observe from your service?
Yeah, I think it definitely keeps people in crisis or transitional accommodation a lot longer, where they can't be moved out into something more long term. And I think likely that it, means that people drop off more frequently where they're more transient. If they're needing to stay engaged with a provider for a lot longer before they get any kind of housing, then the increased chance of them disconnecting or disengaging from that service, and then they're kind of back to square one. We know that with the public housing wait list, for example, they have to, their sort of annual request to update their details and check, do you still want to be on the list? Is it still this many people? Is it still this area? But they still mail that out. And so it gets mailed to whatever address the person put when they originally put it in. For someone who's homeless, particularly if you're street present, but even if you're living with family or friends, you're almost certainly not in the same place in 12 months' time. And if you fail to respond to that, you just come off the list and you then have to reapply. So you lose your spot. So things like that are just not person-centred at all. We know there's been an announcement about reforming the public housing wait list here and having a sort of matrix of vulnerability and and that is good, but again, only if there's enough houses to put everyone in. Otherwise, we're only ever housing the most vulnerable people and putting them somewhere, and then unfortunately are housed knowing all of this stuff about them, knowing they're coming from chronic street present homelessness or coming from prison or hospital or wherever they've, we know enough information to know that they're really, really vulnerable, put them in a house and provide absolutely no support to them ongoing once they're housed. The Housing Authority and certainly Department of Housing Works funds so few intensive housing support staff, services and even where they say it's early intervention, only once there's been a breach, only once there's rent arrears. If you know a person's coming with all of these issues that justify them having priority housing, then the early intervention is providing the support immediately once they're housed and continuing that through and ensuring that that's provided the whole way through, not only once they miss a rent payment or they don't pass an inspection, it's too late by then. So the lack of support services, and not just support services, but intensive support services that are actually suitable for what people need, that are culturally designed and delivered, particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. You can't just send them a help is available brochure that's on government letterhead and branding with a termination notice and expect and say, well, we tried to give them support, without having any kind of idea of actually what they need.
Do tenants in public housing, based on what you see, face particular barriers in enforcing their rights around repairs and housing conditions? How's that going?
Yeah, definitely. I think we know that the condition of public housing stock across the country is wildly variable, really, and on the lower end of that for the most part. We don't have a good idea of, again, the quality of housing stock and what the sort of maintenance schedule is. We know that they pay a lot of money for their maintenance contracts, and that's something that I think there's been research into already and should continue to be looked at, because it's amazing the amounts that are charged, particularly when they're passed on to tenants for things like cleaning or rubbish removal or any of that kind of stuff at the end of a tenancy that can go into the thousands and thousands of dollars for a 3x1 house, vacate cleaned for $4,000. This is a few years ago, and there's no reason for them to challenge it because they'll just pass it on to the tenant. So that is concerning. I think that there's delays in getting repairs done, definitely, particularly when they're not, immediately urgent, critical safety things that people are living in houses where there's sort of, floors that are coming up or tiles or that kind of stuff. And it's hard then for tenants to want to look after the property or do what they need to do if they feel like housing is not holding up their side of the deal either. So I think it kind of continues to break down that relationship between the tenant and the housing authority, where tenants are like, well, if you're not going to do this, then why should I care about it? Why would I, you know?
It's a culture that reinforces. Does your organisation, based on all of that experience that you have a view about the scale of investment that we need to be making in community and public housing to meaningfully reduce homelessness and deal with this crisis?
I mean, I don't have a figure or any kind of, particular idea around it. We certainly need a lot more housing, and we need variation in the types of housing that is available as well to meet different needs of different people.
Can you say a little more about that?
So in consideration of multi-generational living, in consideration of cultural obligations, in consideration of location and amenities and networks, public transport, but also in consideration of people's complexities and the history that they come with and their vulnerabilities, putting a whole lot of people who have been street present homeless into a high density complex in an inner city area without support is probably not going to work, and probably is going to upset the neighbours, and probably is going to go in 9 News and make headlines. So consideration around who goes where and what they're provided with and what supports there are, I think is really important, and not just sort of, as I said before, expanding out into more and more outer suburbs, 2x1 duplexes everywhere, actually having variety of housing available to actually meet what people need.
Well, thank you so much for your evidence, very clear in your recommendations for reform, and thanks for bringing all of that experience from your organisation, the Hub and the Spokes, to us in this committee. We really appreciate it. And if you want to provide us any further information, for example, that polling,
yes,
we would love to receive it within 2 weeks of you getting the transcript of Hansard, so that will be much appreciated.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We will now suspend. We will now adjourn for the day. Next one being in Canberra, so thanks everybody. I want to thank the people who operate the machinery in that corner, much appreciated. You have handled it so well today, and thank you to the committee for getting us to Perth and helping us have a good day here. Really good evidence today. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. Thank you.